Energy efficiency. It may be a new sector in the Philippines, but its benefits and possibilities are endless. From ensuring energy security to helping solve climate change. Energy efficiency introduces a new, significantly sized indigenous clean energy source to our generation mix, reducing the need to source energy from conventional sources like coal. In the global context, more energy efficiency interventions are being called as compared to other solutions like renewable energy, in order to uphold the Paris Agreement and achieve our global pathway towards limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Also, energy efficiency is positioned to help achieve sustainable economic development for our country. It can deliver long-term economic impacts such as increased productivity, slower rise in energy prices, and the generator of green jobs. With all of these, energy efficiency shall lead to the world and the Philippines' energy transition towards a low-carbon and more sustainable future. But what is energy efficiency, and how is it positioned in the Philippine energy industry? Energy efficiency is a way of managing and restraining the growth in energy consumption, resulting in less energy input for the same services, or the delivery of more services for the same energy input. In April 2019, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act was passed. Through this issuance, all sectors of the industry, including households and small businesses, will have access to different energy efficiency technologies, plans, and programs. The market of energy-consuming products such as refrigerators, room air conditioners, lighting products, televisions, motors and even motor vehicles will be transformed through escalating minimum energy performance standards and energy labeling guidelines. Further, establishments with at least 500 equivalent megawatt-hours in annual electricity and fuel consumption are now mandated to set up programs to promote energy efficiency, conservation, and sufficiency, among others. Also, with the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Roadmap, where we expect to shave off 182 million tons of oil equivalent of energy consumption from 2017 through 2040, we can create 9 million jobs, achieve about 36 trillion pesos in energy savings, for 45,900 megawatts in energy infrastructure upgrades, and avoid 1.7 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. In order to achieve the 182 MTOE reduction through 2040, we need an inflow of about 12 trillion pesos investments through wider and deeper stakeholder engagements, broader procurement regulations, strengthened energy service company or ESCO sector, innovative financial mechanisms, and the availability of sustained fiscal incentives. While you might think of this as complicated, whether you are just an individual household replacing your lighting and cooling appliances to a more efficient one, or a large industrial facility erecting a large waste-to-heat recovery cogeneration plant, or anything in between, everyone can actually contribute to the economy's 12 trillion peso capital raise. Further, energy service companies or ESCOs are there to help energy consumers as one-stop shops to audit, finance, design, procure, install, and maintain your new energy-efficient systems. So, what are you waiting for? Participate now to the 182 MTOE Challenge. Let's help transition the Philippines to a more sustainable future by making energy efficiency as the economy's first fuel. To learn more, visit the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance's website and social media pages. Thank you for watching. Be energy efficient now.
With the growing threat of climate change, the economies turn to energy efficiency as an important solution. But energy efficiency market growth couldn't go on full throttle. Securing financing is difficult. Energy audits are expensive. Energy efficiency is perceived as risky. Our mission at Climergy is to solve these problems. 1. By providing equity to projects. 2. Removing the cost burden of energy audits. And 3. Acting as an aggregator of energy efficiency projects. Our business model is a pioneer in Southeast Asia. We are at the industry's frontier in the region. Whether you're an investor, ESCO, or an organization looking to save energy, we are committed to make energy efficiency your first fuel in the economy's net zero transition.
We spend approximately 90% of our time indoors, which is why at Carrier, we're always looking to the future of healthy buildings, developing products that help make our indoor air not only comfortable, but cleaner and healthier as well. That includes Carrier OptiClean, a portable filtration system designed to actively improve indoor air quality. And since it doesn't require ductwork, it's ready to roll into healthcare facilities, offices, and schools. OptiClean pulls in air from the surrounding area and passes it through HEPA-grade filtration to remove 99.97% of contaminants as small as 0.3 microns that flow through the filter. It then recirculates cleaner, filtered air back into the room, so everyone can rest assured knowing the air around them is healthier. Carrier OptiClean. It's just one more way we're redefining the future of indoor environments today.
Recently, Daikin has coordinated with both Japan and Brazilian industry, government, and academia to introduce regulations for more energy-efficient air conditioners. Similar efforts are being pursued in India and across Asia.
省エネの機器であるとか、温暖化係数の低い冷媒とかですね、そういったものを普及させることで、空調の普及と省エネを同時に実現するということを目指してまして、みんなで力を合わせて頑張っているところです。
Daikin's environmental efforts go beyond energy-efficient products. They include energy-saving solutions for entire buildings and communities. For example, the bulk of a building's energy consumption is devoted to air conditioning, ventilation, and lighting. Daikin provides centralized management systems that enable visualizations of this energy usage.
Bawat Pilipino may sariling kwento. Pero ano man ang pinagdaraanan, isa lang ang gustong patunguhan. Isang Pilipinas na umuusad at umuunlad. Kaya kumikilos tayo. Di lang para sa sarili, kundi para sa lahat. Sa mahigit 100 taon, kasama ng Pilipino ang Shell sa pagpapaunlad ng ating bansa. Para sa future scientists at engineers, so they can keep creating sustainable solutions that move us forward. Para sa mga nagsisimula ng negosyo, so they can keep moving forward with businesses that do good. Para sa ating mga komunidad, so they can keep making lives better for their families and for our society. Para kahit sa mga sulok ng Pilipinas, we can keep moving forward with good energy. Marami pa tayong magagawa. Kaya sama-sama tayo. Let's keep moving the Philippines forward.
The power to move a nation forward takes root in the productivity of business and industries. As your Meralco corporate partner, we understand the role power plays in fueling the growth of your business, how it moves, how it brings things to life, how it drives your business, and ultimately, how it plays a role in building a nation. We have evolved from being a power distribution company to a total energy solutions provider.
We value the fact that Meralco has taken a very proactive approach to customer service and given us the ability to provide reliable and sustainable services to our customers, effectively tying our relationship with Meralco to our relationship with our customers.
There is power in partnerships. Partner with us today.
WESCO Electrical and Equipment Corporation is an engineering solutions provider, a third-party testing and commissioning and document management consultant, and importantly, a certified energy service company, one of only 5 here in the Philippines. With over 32 years of experience in the industry, here and in California, USA, WESCO upholds its commitment to give only the best to our customers. We use state-of-the-art instruments and software technologies that are internationally recognized and compliant with the standards. For Level 2 and Level 3 energy audits, we represent the US-based FED software used in calculating carbon emissions, a vital and systematic approach to decision-making in achieving energy savings. Here are some of WESCO's power asset management solutions: condition-based maintenance, in-service and online monitoring, power quality, infrared thermography, protective relaying for power systems, excitation and AVR for power generators, monitoring power solutions, and photovoltaic testing. We have a complete range of energy solutions for commercial, industrial, and utilities to achieve your energy efficiency goals. WESCO keeps your power assets at optimum performance. WESCO Electrical and Equipment Corporation, the leading provider for technical services and training for the power system industry.
Energy efficiency. It may be a new sector in the Philippines, but its benefits and possibilities are endless. From ensuring energy security to helping solve climate change. Energy efficiency introduces a new, significantly sized indigenous clean energy source to our generation mix, reducing the need to source energy from conventional sources like coal. In the global context, more energy efficiency interventions are being called as compared to other solutions like renewable energy, in order to uphold the Paris Agreement and achieve our global pathway towards limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Also, energy efficiency is positioned to help achieve sustainable economic development for our country. It can deliver long-term economic impacts such as increased productivity, slower rise in energy prices, and the generator of green jobs. With all of these, energy efficiency shall lead to the world and the Philippines' energy transition towards a low-carbon and more sustainable future. But what is energy efficiency, and how is it positioned in the Philippine energy industry? Energy efficiency is a way of managing and restraining the growth in energy consumption, resulting in less energy input for the same services, or the delivery of more services for the same energy input. In April 2019, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act was passed. Through this issuance, all sectors of the industry, including households and small businesses, will have access to different energy efficiency technologies, plans, and programs. The market of energy-consuming products such as refrigerators, room air conditioners, lighting products, televisions, motors, and even motor vehicles will be transformed through escalating minimum energy performance standards and energy labeling guidelines. Further, establishments with at least 500 equivalent megawatt-hours in annual electricity and fuel consumption are now mandated to set up programs to promote energy efficiency, conservation, and sufficiency, among others. Also, with the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Roadmap, where we expect to shave off 182 million tons of oil equivalent of energy consumption from 2017 through 2040, we can create 9 million jobs, achieve about 36 trillion pesos in energy savings, for 45,900 megawatts in energy infrastructure upgrades, and avoid 1.7 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. In order to achieve the 182 MTOE reduction through 2040, we need an inflow of about 12 trillion pesos investments through wider and deeper stakeholder engagements, broader procurement regulations, strengthened energy service company or ESCO sector, innovative financial mechanisms, and the availability of sustained fiscal incentives. While you might think of this as complicated, whether you are just an individual household replacing your lighting and cooling appliances to a more efficient one, or a large industrial facility erecting a large waste-to-heat recovery cogeneration plant, or anything in between, everyone can actually contribute to the economy's 12 trillion peso capital raise. Further, energy service companies or ESCOs are there to help energy consumers as one-stop shops to audit, finance, design, procure, install, and maintain your new energy-efficient systems. So, what are you waiting for? Participate now to the 182 MTOE Challenge. Let's help transition the Philippines to a more sustainable future by making energy efficiency as the economy's first fuel. To learn more, visit the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance's website and social media pages. Thank you for watching. Be energy efficient now.
With the growing threat of climate change, the economies turn to energy efficiency as an important solution. But energy efficiency market growth couldn't go on full throttle. Securing financing is difficult. Energy audits are expensive. Energy efficiency is perceived as risky. Our mission at Climergy is to solve these problems. 1. By providing equity to projects. 2. Removing the cost burden of energy audits. And 3. Acting as an aggregator of energy efficiency projects. Our business model is a pioneer in Southeast Asia. We are at the industry's frontier in the region. Whether you're an investor, ESCO, or an organization looking to save energy, we are committed to make energy efficiency your first fuel in the economy's net zero transition.
We spend approximately 90% of our time indoors, which is why at Carrier, we're always looking to the future of healthy buildings, developing products that help make our indoor air not only comfortable, but cleaner and healthier as well. That includes Carrier OptiClean, a portable filtration system designed to actively improve indoor air quality. And since it doesn't require ductwork, it's ready to roll into healthcare facilities, offices, and schools. OptiClean pulls in air from the surrounding area and passes it through HEPA-grade filtration to remove 99.97% of contaminants as small as 0.3 microns that flow through the filter. It then recirculates cleaner, filtered air back into the room, so everyone can rest assured knowing the air around them is healthier. Carrier OptiClean. It's just one more way we're redefining the future of indoor environments today.
Recently, Daikin has coordinated with both Japan and Brazilian industry, government, and academia to introduce regulations for more energy-efficient air conditioners. Similar efforts are being pursued in India and across Asia.
省エネの機器であるとか、温暖化係数の低い冷媒とかですね、そういったものを普及させることで、空調の普及と省エネを同時に実現するということを目指してまして、みんなで力を合わせて頑張っているところです。
Daikin's environmental efforts go beyond energy-efficient products. They include energy-saving solutions for entire buildings and communities. For example, the bulk of a building's energy consumption is devoted to air conditioning, ventilation, and lighting. Daikin provides centralized management systems that enable visualizations of this energy usage.
Bawat Pilipino may sariling kwento. Pero ano man ang pinagdaraanan, isa lang ang gustong patunguhan. Isang Pilipinas na umuusad at umuunlad. Kaya kumikilos tayo. Di lang para sa sarili, kundi para sa lahat. Sa mahigit 100 taon, kasama ng Pilipino ang Shell sa pagpapaunlad ng ating bansa. Para sa future scientists at engineers, so they can keep creating sustainable solutions that move us forward. Para sa mga nagsisimula ng negosyo, so they can keep moving forward with businesses that do good. Para sa ating mga komunidad, so they can keep making lives better for their families and for our society. Para kahit sa mga sulok ng Pilipinas, we can keep moving forward with good energy. Marami pa tayong magagawa. Kaya sama-sama tayo. Let's keep moving the Philippines forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Philippine National Anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, helas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y bumay. Lupang binirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manluluping, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tunog sa simoy at sa langit kong bagaw, ay hinagang tula, kawit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay magtitigil. Lumanang araw ng warhabit pagsingka, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to PE2's second edition of Energy Efficiency Day 2022. My name is Ruthie Owen, the Vice President for Internal Affairs of PE2, and I will be your moderator for this afternoon's opening session. Today's monumental event marks the third anniversary of the enactment of Republic Act number 11285, or also known as the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. Through a series of EE sessions today and tomorrow, we aspire to engage more energy end users to the transformation of the Philippine economy towards an energy efficient and low carbon future. Listen to EE visionaries, thought leaders, and luminaries from the Philippine government on the latest on climate finance, EE policy, ESCOs third-party investments, sustainable cooling, and innovative technologies. This two-day conference is brought to you by our gold sponsors, Climergy, Concepcion Carrier Air Conditioning Company, Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines, EP Group, Shell, and Stratcom PH. And our bronze sponsors are High Cool Engineering Corporation, Meralco, Meralco M-Serve, Upgrade Energy Philippines, and Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation. Before we officially begin, please take note of the following reminders. In case you accidentally left this webinar and would like to join again, just click the Zoom confirmation link that we have sent to your email. The event will run until 5:30 p.m. today, Manila time, and continue tomorrow the same time and ends the same time. To watch us in full screen, kindly pin Cloud Events video for a full screen experience. All microphones and videos of the attendees will be automatically muted and turned off. However, you're allowed to switch it on during the Q&A session later if you would like to ask questions. The chat function will also be disabled throughout the session. If you have any questions for our speakers, please type it on the chat box below your screen. We will select a few questions that our speakers could answer during the Q&A session. To start off this morning's event, we have the President of the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, or PE2, to give his welcome remarks. The last 2 decades of Alex Ablaza's 36-year professional career has been dedicated to growing energy efficiency and other clean energy technology deployment in 14 Asian markets throughout the identification, due diligence, and financial close of over $3 billion in direct investments, and also through catalytic market and policy interventions. Across Asia and the Middle East, he currently provides energy efficiency expertise with the objective of scaling up energy efficiency capital flows through innovative finance, investment structures, and policy reforms. He convened and co-chairs the Asia-Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance. He's one of the co-founders of the Global ESCO Network and leads the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance. Wearing his investment hat, he founded and heads Climergy, Asia's pioneer equity vehicle for ESCO guaranteed energy efficiency upgrades in the C&I sector. Alex is armed with 33 years of project and corporate management experience and an educational background in civil engineering, BSCE, and business economics, MBE. To officially open today's event, let us all welcome Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance President, Mr. Alex Ablaza.
Senator Win Gatchalian, Her Excellency Ambassador Greet Sillison, Secretary Carlos Dominguez, Undersecretary Wimpy Fentebella, Executive Director Corazon Dichosa, energy efficiency champions from the international development community, my fellow officers and members of the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance and the Asia-Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance, other energy efficiency market stakeholders, a pleasant day to you all. The Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, or PE2, welcomes you to the Energy Efficiency Day 2022, marking the 3rd anniversary of the passage of Republic Act 11285, better known as the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. PE2 celebrates this every April, not only to raise awareness on the new law, but more importantly, to engage more stakeholders in a multi-sectoral collaboration toward the decarbonization of the economy through this distinct economic activity and energy asset class called energy efficiency. Last year, around 900 signed up for the event from 22 countries, only confirming my hunch that energy efficiency as a global pillar of the net zero transition knows no boundaries and makes no distinction between developed and emerging economies. From the attendees, we welcome a rich diversity of energy efficiency market stakeholders, energy end users, energy service companies or ESCOs, energy efficiency technology and solutions providers, financiers, investors, development agencies, nonprofits, non-national government agencies, state-owned enterprises, and even local government units. The Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act is the one most significant policy tool to shift the market from a voluntary to a mandatory market regime, to send an assuring market signal to investors, lenders, and end users, and to enable innovative procurement, financing, and business models. With a law backed now by even more specific guidelines, the Philippines stands a greater chance to shave off 182 million tons of oil equivalent in energy savings across all energy end-use sectors through 2040, creating the country's single largest energy resource to meet the growing final energy demand. This single largest energy resource, called energy efficiency, is the first fuel intended to, number one, become a primary and planned resource in the Philippines' energy mix. Two, drive the economy's clean energy transition. Three, contribute up to 1/3 of the country's nationally determined contributions under its Paris climate obligations. Four, be the foundation of the nation's net zero aspiration. Five, stimulate the economy with over 9 million potential new jobs. Six, improve resiliency of the energy market to global market shocks. Number seven, attract up to $243 billion in local and foreign investments to this new energy asset class and new infrastructure project type. International Energy Agency's Executive Director Fatih Birol said during the Davos agenda meetings of the World Economic Forum earlier this year, and I quote, "Energy efficiency is so important in the world's journey to net zero to keep global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius that it's nicknamed the first fuel by IEA. Energy efficiency improvement will drive more than 40% of the reduction of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions over the next 20 years. In 2021, global energy intensity, a measure of the economy's energy efficiency, is expected to improve by 1.9% after improving by only 0.5% in 2020. But that's still only half the 4% a year that's needed to achieve the transition to net zero. On behalf of PE2, I also welcome fellow energy efficiency experts from around the world to inspire the Philippine energy efficiency market with their global and regional wealth of knowledge on successful energy efficiency scale-up approaches from other developing country markets. I am deeply thankful for their extremely quick acceptance of our invitation to join us today as international resource persons. They are Dr. Priyantaw Jayatunga of the Asian Development Bank, Melanie Slade of International Energy Agency, Dr. Søren Lutken, Chairman of the Global ESCO Network out of Copenhagen, Michael Lederer of the Austrian government, Peter Lundberg of the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, John Cotton of the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership, John Colombo of Climb Capital representing CSEF, Alex Rathmel of the EP Group, and our friends from Carbon Trust running the Low Carbon Emissions Program. Bringing innovation to energy efficiency technology deployment are the knowledge gurus of our PE2 member companies. I would like to recognize Nino Falamig of Concepcion Carrier Air Conditioning Company, Wesley Chu of Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines, my co-presenter Mikhail Liado of Climergy, and Colin Steely of Stratcon PH. I thank our other EE Day sponsors, Shell, High Cool Engineering Corporation, Meralco, MServe, Upgrade Energy Philippines, and Westco, as well as our other EE Day partners, Department of Energy, European Chamber, Italian Chamber, the Management Association of the Philippines, Advantage Austria, the Royal Danish Embassy Manila, Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, the Global ESCO Network, and the Asia Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance for your committed support to this annual event. Allow me to recognize the diligent efforts of our EE Day Chair and PE2 Vice President Terry Lapus and PE2 Vice President Ruth Yu Owen, PE2 officers Richard Beltran and Ray Marquez, and event partners Cloud Events and iBuild Philippines, all directed towards making the next 2 days a reality. And to all of you logging in from the Philippines and across the globe, I wish you a productive 2 days of webinars ahead. We look forward to staying in touch for our other energy efficiency activities and events. Thank you. And as we say in the Philippines, mabuhay.
A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. My name is Terry Atudillo Lapus, Vice President for External Affairs of PE2. And now for our opening keynote speaker, we have the current Ambassador of Denmark to the Philippines since 2019, with cross-accreditation to Palau. She has dedicated her career to international relations, starting out with 3 postings for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. She has been with the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs since 1994 and has held various senior positions in Copenhagen and abroad. Prior to her appointment as ambassador to the Philippines, she was ambassador to Argentina with cross-accreditations to Paraguay and Uruguay. Ms. Sillessen holds a master's degree in law from the University of Aarhus, Denmark. To give her keynote message, let us all welcome Her Excellency Britt Sillessen, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark to the Republic of the Philippines.
Finance Secretary Carlos Dominguez, PE2 President Alex Ablaza, development partners, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the participants of this year's Energy Efficiency Day. The theme, Energy Transition's First Fuel, is indeed very timely. I'd like to congratulate the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance and the Department of Energy for your dedication in spearheading initiatives like this on energy efficiency in the Philippines. In the most tragic way, the past month has underscored how important it is for all countries to explore their sources of renewable energy and to focus on energy efficiency. We simply must speed up that process now. This year, you highlight energy efficiency as the first fuel in reaching net zero and achieving our global climate commitments. According to the International Energy Agency, energy efficiency improvement will drive more than 40% of the reduction of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions over the next 20 years. With the commitment of the Philippines to reduce 75% in emissions, energy efficiency can remarkably contribute to the realization of this national ambition. In Denmark, we have greatly reduced our energy consumptions and have significantly improved our energy efficiency over the past 2 decades. This is mainly due to the combined dedicated efforts from both the public and the private sector. Because of this, we have benefited by reducing the impact on climate and environment, minimizing exposure to fluctuations in energy prices, strengthening our security of energy supply, and improving the foundation for complying with our international climate obligations. The Danish Embassy in Manila is an active partner of the Philippines in mainstreaming energy efficiency among public and private stakeholders in the country. Last year, we conducted workshops together with the Department of Energy for local government units to assist them in complying with the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, which is a good tool that still requires sustained compliance. We believe that a whole-of-nation approach is crucial for the Philippines to be truly energy efficient. We continue to take interest in energy efficiency initiatives in the country. And we have a number of Danish companies with energy efficiency expertise and technologies that are readily available in the Philippines. The trade team of the embassy stands ready to connect you to these companies. Energy efficiency empowers not only the big players, but also you as individual end users to make a difference and to actively contribute to mitigating the climate crisis. In this regard, I would like to close with a favorite quote. The cleanest and cheapest energy is the energy we do not use. I wish you all a fruitful session today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Department of Finance and Her Excellency, Ambassador Greet Sillessen, for your wonderful keynote messages. We are delighted to hear from the DOFs and the government in general on its efforts in scaling up energy efficiency capital flow into the Philippine economy. Denmark, on the other hand, being one of the few countries in the world that has committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2050, has passed a law in 2020 that seeks to slash its emissions by 70% in 2030 and implements energy efficiency within its domestic market, promotes EE technologies, services, and financing across borders through its trade councils. Her Excellency Sillessen leaves us with this very appropriate quote in saying, "The cleanest and cheapest energy is the energy we do not use." This closes our opening session this afternoon, and allow me now to turn over the floor to Mr. Alex Ablaza, PE2 President, who will be our moderator for the next session.
Thank you, Ruth, and hello again to our distinguished guests and our audience. We will now proceed to our first technical session with the theme Climate Finance and Energy Efficiency Policy. Late last year, Finance Secretary Carlos Dominguez III has called on PE2 and other stakeholders promoting energy efficiency and conservation initiatives to consider that climate finance undertake a blended approach that involves grants, subsidies, and investments. Secretary Dominguez also stressed that financial support in the form of these three funding sources should come from the world's largest greenhouse gas emitters and not be shouldered entirely by Filipino taxpayers who are already reeling from the worsening consequences of climate change triggered by carbon emissions. I quote him, "Those who polluted and continue to pollute the Earth's environment through unthinking industrialization starting 200 years ago must pay for the grants, investments, and subsidies needed for the most vulnerable countries to adapt to climate change." This was our urgent call to global leaders during the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. So this was Secretary Dominguez's words in response to the written query of PE2 regarding the grant of fiscal incentives under Republic Act 11285 or the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. In the DOF letter to PE2 dated November 24 of last year, Secretary Dominguez invited PE2 to review his speeches on energy efficiency projects and climate change that were delivered during the recently concluded COP26. And I quote him, "As mentioned in these statements, climate finance should aspire for a sustainable orchestration of the three elements of grants, investments, and subsidies." He also explained that grants may be used to improve the capacity of local communities in climate vulnerable areas to undertake adaptation and mitigation measures such as energy efficiency. Such grants should come in the form of educational or technical assistance programs to help people conceive of and execute localized projects, he said. Investments, on the other hand, should focus on adaptation and mitigation programs, projects, and activities that are bankable and will yield high returns, while subsidies are meant to support initiatives leading to the transition to a climate-resilient economy and address the financial costs and risks of such adjustments, Secretary Dominguez said. He also pointed out that the Philippines accounts for only 0.3% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of the consequences of the climate crisis, as it is on the list of the highest risk for the worsening natural calamities brought about by rising global temperatures. It was this DOF letter to PE2 that excited the Finance Secretary to quickly accept over 7 weeks ago PE2's invitation for him to deliver a keynote message in today's event. Unfortunately, we learned last night that an official mission of the Secretary pulled him away from the opportunity for him to join us this afternoon. In this the first technical session of 4, we will tackle how energy efficiency emerges as the first fuel in a clean energy transition, and the role of climate finance in flowing subsidies, grants, concessional loans to accelerate energy efficiency deployment. We have a very good mix of 3 speakers, one from a multilateral development bank, the other from a partnership fund of a UN agency, and the other from the International Energy Agency. So in this session, we ask now my 3 speakers to switch on their cameras as I introduce them. Dr. Priyantha DC Wijayatunga, Chief of Energy Sector Group of the Asian Development Bank. Dr. Priyantha Wijayatunga joined ADB in 2008 and is currently the Chief of the Energy Sector Group and served previously as Director of the South Asia Energy Division. He was Founder Director General of the Public Utilities Commission of Sri Lanka and a senior professor of electrical engineering at the University of Maratua. He holds a doctorate in power systems economics from the Imperial College London and was also a regular academic visitor at Imperial College during the period 1993 to 1998, and has contributed to research involving costing of electricity transmission network services of the United Kingdom and Chile. Dr. Priyanto was the chairman of the South Asia Forum for Infrastructure Regulators, or SAFIR, in 2006 and 2007. He was a member of the board of directors of the Ceylon Electricity Board and the Sustainable Energy Authority of Sri Lanka. He has contributed extensively in energy sector policy and regulatory activities and has co-authored many publications. He's a chartered electrical engineer, a member of the Institute of Engineering Technology, or IET, of the UK, a senior member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and a fellow of the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka. He's also past president of the Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association, or SLEMA, something that's very close to the topic of energy efficiency. The second speaker is Mr. John Robert Cotton of the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership of UNOPS, or the UN Office of Project Services. Mr. John Robert Cotton has been working in Asia for over 20 years with the core of his experience in renewables project development. He's an experienced senior manager overseeing projects in solar, hydropower, and transmission and distribution. In recent years, John has focused his efforts within the energy transition, previously with the FCDO supporting with preparations with COP26 and leading the Energy Transition Council on the ground in Lao PDR, and currently with Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership, or ETP, where he is working as a senior program manager, contributing to the ETP mission to unlock RE and EE potential across the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And third, and certainly not the least, we have Melanie Slade, the Senior Program Manager, Energy Efficiency in Emerging Economies, or E4, of the International Energy Agency. Mel Slade has spent 30 years in energy efficiency policy development and implementation in many parts of the world. She started out working in the UK government on industrial and appliance energy efficiency and has worked with many other governments to establish similar programs, perhaps most notably the government of China since the 1990s. In 2007, Mel became the chair of Australia and New Zealand's Equipment Energy Efficiency Program, where she led the phase-out of inefficient lighting. Mel moved to the International Energy Agency in February 2014 to manage the Energy Efficiency in Emerging Economies program. Mel and her team worked with policymakers in Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, South Africa, and Thailand to develop more effective energy efficiency policy, track its progress, and assess its potential. What a fine panel of speakers we have in this morning's session. Just a quick reminder, as you listen to our speakers, please type in your questions with your name and organization, preferably with an email address, in case we cannot cover all questions during this session. At the chat box below your screen, we will also have an open forum for all speakers at the end of each technical session. So without further ado, let's listen to our first speaker, Dr. Priyanto Wijanaytunga of the Asian Development Bank, to talk on energy efficiency in the context of ADB's energy policy. Priyanto, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex, for that generous introduction. Let me share my screen and start with my presentation. Thank you once again, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you, wherever you are joining from. I will take you through a bit of an introduction to energy policy of the ADB, which was approved just a few months ago, last year, sometime in October, and where energy efficiency is placed in our energy policy. And a few examples of our energy efficiency related interventions in recent years. Now, of course, I'm not stealing the limelight from IEA presentation here, but just to recap this net zero aspiration, as stated in the IEA net zero by 2050 scenario. You can see the pathway to 1.5 degrees Celsius, degree target. It's important that we take energy efficiency seriously. So it's not only renewable energy, but also energy efficiency plays a very important role. This, of course, these interventions span in various subsectors in the energy sector, whether it's energy efficiency in buildings, energy efficiency in the industrial sector, energy efficiency in commercial institutions or commercial activities, and whether it's going to be a supply side in the network services or on the demand side. All these efficiency interventions are required if we are to achieve net zero targets by 2050. And therefore, we need to increasingly emphasize the energy efficiency interventions, particularly in our region, Asia-Pacific region, which accounts for a major part of greenhouse gas emissions globally. If I start off with the statement from my president, energy is central to inclusive socio-economic development. There is no doubt about it. But of course, naturally, when it comes to energy systems, the expansion of it come at a cost. Harmful impacts on our climate and environment. And our energy policy 2021 approved in October last year will support our developing member countries in the Asia-Pacific region in the critical and urgent task of expanding access to reliable, affordable, and clean energy. So our main task, of course, to ensure that our DMCs have adequate energy supplies to fulfill the basic energy requirements of its populations. Also to make sure in parallel that these requirements are met in a sustainable manner with adequate attention paid to the environmental and other impacts, socio-economic impacts. If you look at the ADB energy sector portfolio over the years for the decade starting from 2011 to 2021, and this decade, as you can see here, our interventions, of course, overall on average, we have been lending in the range of about $4 billion a year over every year annually, except in some years where it has dipped a little bit, or in some years it has increased. For instance, last year, 2021, it has dipped quite a lot, of course, naturally because of the impact of COVID pandemic and our inability to go around and finance projects, and as a result, the numbers went down. But on average, we have been lending roughly about $4 billion a year. And this is in the range of about 20% of ADB's total lending. Now, within this, if you look at how it's distributed, you can see, most of it, major component of it comes from electricity transmission and distribution. Because naturally, our support mostly in the sovereign investments or government-related interventions, and that is focused in areas where private sector investments may not be as much. So as a result, transmission and distribution is a major subsector we have been intervening in. But of course, it doesn't mean to say that we don't have private sector investment. 1/3 of our investments in the energy sector come from the private sector arm of ADB. But overall, in network investments has been the biggest so far. And on top of that, of course, as you can see, energy efficiency and conservation, and then of course renewable energy in recent times have been taking a significant component of our overall investments. That's how it has been moving over the years, and this is likely to continue with the more emphasis on renewable energy and energy efficiency. When it comes to energy efficiency, not only supply side but also demand side interventions. If you look at the ADB's new energy policy, the new energy policy stands on 5 principles. Principle number 1 is naturally, as I said, the whole policy is centered around securing energy for prosperous and inclusive Asia and the Pacific, where we will try to make sure that we support all our DMCs with affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy to all, and for DMCs to achieve their ambition of energy for all. And this will naturally couple with eradication of poverty and reduce social inequalities. Energy will play an important role in that regard. Then the second principle, which is equally important, is building a sustainable and resilient energy future. We have to make sure that the challenges like climate change challenge and enhance environmental sustainability and building climate and disaster resilient system. These are important parts of developing in the development of the energy sector, and that emphasis will have to be there, and that's principle number 2. Principle number 3, you cannot do any of these things unless you have the right kind of institutional structures, right kind of governance in the sector, and also adequate financing made available for these developments. That can come only if we have encouraged private sector to come in, because you need enormous amounts of investments, and that cannot come only through sovereign financing or government financing. So principle number 2 is to support institution development and good governance and private sector participation. Then principle number 4, regional cooperation. Unless you cooperate within the region, intra and inter-regional cooperation is very, very important if you are to make sure that your final solutions in the energy sector is global optimum. And otherwise, we will end up with suboptimal solutions, which may not help in terms of economics, in terms of environmental sustainability. So regional cooperation, wherever it's possible, is encouraged, and that's principle number 4. Principle number 5, it's time that we leave this mentality of working in a cell, and we have to look at cross-sectoral opportunities to make sure that we have a maximum developmental impact. Because none of these interventions can be just standalone in energy sector intervention. It will have repercussions in other sectors, and therefore cross-sectoral aspects, cross-sectoral nature of the interventions will have to be carefully looked into. That's principle number 5. These 5 principles determine our energy policy 2021. Within this, the first 3 principles are very, very important. And we concentrate mostly on those as our priorities. Under that, we will support electrification, we will support cleaner cooking, heating, and as I said, energy efficiency improvement, both supply side as well as consumption side is very, very important for us. And then, of course, we have to promote social inclusion, gender equality, and partnerships. Then under the second principle, we are trying to focus more on renewable energy development, and then of course role of specific energy sources in pursuing strategic decarbonization, how to change the energy mix in these countries to ensure we eventually achieve the targets we set ourselves when it comes to addressing climate change. And of course, this whole energy transition will have to be just, and it cannot be just one-way intervention. And then, of course, as I said, we have to make sure that we support institutions, tariff reforms, subsidy reforms, which are very, very critical if you are to achieve what we want to achieve. And then private sector leveraging as much private sector financing as possible. And then, of course, like sector-wide long-term planning and partnering to shape energy reform policies. So these three principles are the key. It does not mean that the other two are less important, but we will have priority to these three principles and related actions. So as for energy efficiency within the policy, accelerating progress on energy efficiency gains across the region could contribute to the agendas of energy security and energy access. I would say energy resilience and energy access, while also producing an environmental benefits. So in this regard, we will support construction, expansion, efficiency improvement and rehabilitation of district heating networks, which is very important when it comes to heating requirements in some countries. Then promote clean and efficient heating supply solutions, and promote clean and efficient cooling solutions with energy efficiency interventions naturally, and promote and support demand side energy efficiency, which is not as much emphasized as it should be currently, and we will continue to emphasize it. It's moving more. And under this, we will provide policy support, digital technologies related to this, innovative financing instruments, and mobilization of private sector resources. Also, we will promote the standards, minimum energy performance standards for appliances and equipment, and fuel economy standards, and then standards for electric motors and so on, and mandatory energy audits, energy management in large industrial and commercial companies, and things like building codes. Then, of course, supply side energy efficiency is very much supported and continued, particularly in electricity transmission and distribution networks. If I take a few examples, we had a very important energy efficiency related intervention in the Philippines, a 4-year project finishing in 2014. And it was roughly about $30 million, just over $30 million investment, and where we retrofitted 40 government buildings and 150 buildings, 40 buildings in Metro Manila, 150 buildings overall. And the energy savings was supposed to be estimated to be 11 gigawatt hours a year. That's huge amount of savings. And then about almost 10 million, 8.5 million compact fluorescent lamps at the time distributed. Of course, now we are talking of LEDs, and which saved about 300 gigawatt hours per year. Then about 44.4 million incandescent lamps adequately disposed. That's very important, how the disposal of this, whatever being replaced. And then installation of LED-based off-grid solar home systems in 223 households in various islands, and estimated savings of huge amount of kerosene every year, and which would have been otherwise used for lighting purposes. Then so many street lights fitted in Metro Manila and saving so much of energy. And then, of course, expansion of the testing laboratory, appliance testing laboratory, and then communication and social mobilization. So these are, the variety of investments we have had under this particular project, which I am sure have catalyzed and emphasized the energy efficiency related investments in the Philippines. And then in Cambodia, we have this energy, sector development program, and in which we have different outputs and 3 outputs. And first output is on technical assistance, and we have we are expecting $50 million investments in policy component, and then project component energy efficiency revolving fund to support various energy efficiency related investments. And then another 10 million on green healthcare facilities and street light and EV charging stations, and these are a different output. This is another program which we have invested in Cambodia. And in India, we have had a long running, we started in 2016 a project in energy efficiency on the demand side, and this is continuing, and this is supposed to continue for the next so many years to come. Starting with, we provided demand side energy efficiency support, and with the revolving fund and innovative financing mechanism. And here, about 4.5 million, energy efficient street lights already installed, and another, 64 million LED bulbs distributed and installed under this. And then efficient ceiling fans, and millions of linear tube lights are distributed and installed. And then piloting of new technologies is another part in this particular intervention in India. Develop new technologies and new markets, things like for super efficient air conditioners, energy efficient motors, electric vehicles, and charging stations. And on top of that, of course, we brought in the gender elements to it and social inclusion in these projects. And of course, capacity building and awareness building, which is very, very important when it comes to energy efficiency interventions to proceed. And then the next stage is another almost $300 million investment to scale up this, whatever we have been doing up to now, and to bring in other renewable energy related interventions along with energy efficiency interventions. As you can see, distributed sort of photovoltaic systems along with rural agricultural systems and smart meters, electric vehicles, and so on. Technical assistance comes along to improve, energy efficiency, related, capacity building, and then, piloting e-mobility systems. And under this, we again, install 5 million smart meters and other intelligent management systems, and then 160 megawatts are distributed solar PV systems, along with, of course, efficient water pumping systems for agriculture, and then 10,000 electric vehicles and charging stations. And again, we have brought in the social inclusion and gender related interventions in this particular intervention. So these are three different projects which we have dealt with, and we will continue. So a few final remarks. Energy efficiency is going to play, has been playing, and is going to play a key role in addressing climate change naturally, and then increasing energy sector resilience, particularly at a time like this where global energy prices have increased enormously. And then emphasize on demand efficiency interventions. As far as ADB is concerned, we will have more and more demand side interventions. We have not been having that much in the past. Then leveraging private sector financing is another part which we'll be involved in. And then awareness building. These are a few final remarks, and with that I will stop here and would like to answer any questions at the end. Thank you very much, Alex.
Well, thank you very much, Priyanta. That was very, it's very interesting to see that energy efficiency and demand side energy efficiency is a core, is a pillar of the energy policy of Asian Development Bank. And I see through most of the principles, like the first three principles, I see very clear overlaps and opportunities for energy efficiency to grow. It's also exciting to see that you're looking at digitalization and more innovative technologies as you grow energy efficiency investments and assistance across ADB's developing member countries. So now we shift to our second speaker, John Robert Cotton of the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership, or ETP. And he will talk about how ETP has revealed some energy efficiency market findings in target markets in Southeast Asia. And he will also talk about briefly the energy efficiency innovation window and how this is helping us spur up energy efficiency markets in the region. So the floor is yours, John.
Thank you very much, Alex, and it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me in ETP, and very, very honoured to share the floor with Dr. Priyanta and Melanie Sled, two energy efficiency heroes of mine. So I feel very humbled and honoured to be in their presence. And also looking at the guest list and the attendance list today, it's great to see such interest and so many people here today. We hope the message travels well, and great to see this enthusiasm on the ground. So today I'll share a little bit of information about who we are at the Energy Transition Partnership, the work that we're conducting regionally, and I'll focus in on the energy efficiency activities we're doing. So the Energy Transition Partnership is a multi-stakeholder, multi-donor platform. We're managed by UNOPS or UNOPS, and our funders at present include the governments of the UK, France, and Germany, as well as multiple philanthropies. Having this philanthropic and government fund allows us to be very responsive. We have a 5-year program which is constantly under development and review, and we make ourselves available to the governments of Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines to respond to energy transition needs as and when they emerge. So we were formed in, the idea came out of the One Planet Summit in 2018. It was Macron's brainchild, let's say, and UNOPS were awarded the fund management of this. It's a 5-year program which started late 2020 and will run initially until 2025. We have a $50 million fund, but we're looking to expand this to 100 million as more interest grows from other countries and governments and philanthropies who acknowledge the important role energy transition needs to play globally from a climate perspective, but also regionally in Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam being locked into currently with high usage of carbon fuels, but also very vulnerable to climate change. So our partnership is growing. So we work with a variety of partners from the UN family to governments, philanthropies, private sector utilities, educational institutions, think tanks, civil society, all with the goal of advancing climate action. We generally separate our work into 4 pillars. So these pillars are aligning energy efficiency and renewable energy policies with climate commitments. So for this, we provide high-level technical advisory support to improve RE&E policies, regulations, and laws. As the governments in the region are increasing their climate commitments, I mean, we saw massive commitments at COP26. So the commitments go in place, and then the policies need to catch up, which is challenging. So we make ourselves available to engage international expertise to support these policy developments. We work in a de-risking of energy efficiency and renewable energy investments. So the aim here is to unlock large-scale renewable energy investments and EE investments by national and international financial institutions. At the same time, de-risking the projects and making them bankable. We'll look at some of them today in the energy efficiency space. Critical to everything that this can all piece together is expanding the sustainable, resilient infrastructure, or more simply, smart grids. So we provide technical solutions to expand smart grids, enable evidence-based planning for national grid systems, and provide capacity building for grid operators. So we have activities in Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. Currently in the Philippines, we're working with ERC and PEMC, looking at upgraded energy regulations and also battery energy storage, or energy storage in general, but with a tilt towards battery energy storage. And our 4th pillar is knowledge, skills, awareness, and capacity development. So working primarily with governments to increase the capacity to embrace the energy transition. It's a very, very fast-moving space, and within the last 5 years and the next 5 years, we're seeing incredible amounts of change, new technologies coming in, and naturally there's a huge need for capacity building to keep up with this pace. So we provide such training and capacity building programs. So very quickly, we at ETP are a secretariat. Our steering committee is composed of our funders. They are the ultimate decision makers on the technical assistances we undertake. And we work with a very high level advisory panel. So experts from the field, both in technologies and regional. We work on a daily basis with the governments in this region. With the governments, the Secretariat determines which interventions could potentially be useful, and we take these to our advisory panels. The advisory panels give input, how to expand these, how to build them out, how they should be prioritized, and we take this to the steering committee for sign-off. And then we go to the critical part, which is implementing the technical assistance. The way we manage our fund and implement technical assistance is once we have the technical assistance, we tender this out so that we can get the highest level international and local implementing agency to to conduct the work on our behalf, and we manage the quality and quality assurance, and then deliver this to the governmental departments for their usage. So a quick overview of, we have a lot of activity in Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and which I won't go into in depth, but I'll give a taste of the regional work. So these are cross-cutting. We have the Energy Efficiency Innovation Window and Diagnostic Review, which I'll come to next. There's more focus on this. We're currently developing the Asian Just Transition Global Platform, primarily with the World Bank. This is a platform which aims to bring the communities who will be affected by the just transition, so primarily the core communities and the supply chain around that, to the international development community who is looking to support. So it's a consortium of partners who have come together to pursue the just energy transition in the region, with resources and efforts to enable meaningful engagement with the stakeholders affected by the just transition and a coal phase down through the coordination of the outcomes. So this is a very large program which will continue for a long time into the future, probably long after ETP are in existence. This is a 10-20-year plan. The Energy Transition Roundtable is part of our capacity building program. I actually came from that just before this meeting. If you go to our website, we encourage anyone to join in these this program. It's run by the Australian National University and is providing a wide overview of energy transition. Today was on energy efficiency, actually. It was incredibly interesting. And it will deep dive in each country to meet the needs of the participants. And another regional activity is Energy Market Mechanism Accelerator. So we're working with GreenMap, who have come out of Argentina. Through their innovative market mechanisms, they've been able to proliferate renewable energy integration in South America. And we're hoping to bring some of the insights from the other markets to this region. We've completed early assessments on Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia, with the Philippines being flagged as the most interesting market space, given how it's unbundled to bringing in interesting and innovative energy market mechanisms, and we're currently progressing with this now. So I don't want to go into details on the Philippine energy efficiency per se, or the region. I'm not the expert, and there are other people in the room who are. But we recently had an energy efficiency diagnostics report conducted by EPS Capital. The purpose of this diagnostics was to look at the current state of play of energy efficiency across Southeast Asia. As a short conclusion, the Philippines was flagged as the most interesting market for private sector investment. With the current regulations that are in place, the higher price of energy per kilowatt hour, Philippines is really ripe for investment, and at ETP, we are very keen to build on the energy efficiency work we're doing. So there's a quick overview extracted from the report and other places. The energy efficiency in Southeast Asia. So the global climate scope suggested that countries in the Southeast Asia region will need to spend around $14 billion by 2030 to ensure the growing energy demand and uninterrupted access to energy. A 1 to 4% investment in energy efficiency is sufficient, however, to meet 8 to 25% of the projected increase in primary energy consumption by 2030, supporting the notion that energy efficiency is the least cost solution to meeting Southeast Asia's growing energy demand. I mean, maybe we're preaching to the converted with this audience here, but energy efficiency really is a no-brainer. It's absolutely critical to the energy transition. Although we talk a lot about innovation, we don't really need to talk about innovation. The technologies we need exist. The financial methodologies exist. The innovation comes into the application of these and getting them into the market. Perhaps not always deemed as interesting as large renewable energy deployments, which also is critical. Energy efficiency is much easier, and it's there on our doorsteps and ready to go. So energy efficiency in Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam is virtually untapped. It's growing, particularly in the Philippines, but it's really an untapped market with huge amounts of potential. In Indonesia and Vietnam, the electricity rates are low, around 7 cents per kilowatt hour, whereas in the Philippines, it's around 18 cent per kilowatt hour. So the economic returns in the Philippines are you know, it's there for the taking, huge amounts of potential. However, most facility owners in the 3 countries have not even begun to look at or consider implementing the most fundamental of energy efficiency technologies in their facilities, and there's huge potential in the 3 countries for energy savings, energy efficiency investment, and reduced GHG emissions. So from the energy efficiency diagnostics report, and I'm taking this straight from the report, so this is the work from EPS Capital. 5 barriers were highlighted across the 3 countries we looked at, and all of them have very tangible pathways to moving through these barriers. And this is where ETP, and we encourage other development partners to work, and of course they already are, addressing these barriers. So the first is a low energy efficiency market knowledge and a low demand end use energy consumers. So the gap here is there's no incentives or mandates to drive private energy efficiency demand. The suggested intervention is to develop, implement and finance savings-based demonstration energy efficiency projects, which we just saw ADB are doing a lot of this, and develop cash incentive programs as one solution. Barrier number 2 is there's little to no energy efficiency in government facilities. So the government energy efficiency regulation barriers could easily, possibly be addressed in Indonesia and Philippines. Generally, we've seen globally that energy efficiency starts very well when it's driven by the government, creating a sector with government facility buildings, creating the work for the ESCOs, building up the knowledge and using these as demonstration projects. So an intervention here would be to remove the government energy efficiency regulatory barriers, specifically there in Vietnam. Another barrier is there's little to no technical capacity to develop bankable EE projects. I know from PE2 members that this has been addressed by the members who have joined today in the Philippines. There's insufficient energy efficiency program technical development capacity, and the intervention here will be to deliver EEP development capacity building, which ETP is already looking at. There's no or little commercially viable EEP financing available. It's been made available by innovative programs, but this really needs to be mainstreamed. And then the final barrier here is the low implementation and financial capacity of the energy efficiency stakeholders. Here we have limited ESCO implementation capacity. So the suggestion of interventions is to establish or rebuild or promote and support whichever stage we're at, the 3 countries we're looking at, is to develop the ESCO association, of which I must say, if we had an Alex Blaza in all of the countries, would be doing very, very well. So we may need to tap PE2 to roll it out more across Southeast Asia. So I'm wary to go too much into the Philippines specific, but it was a real strong output of our most recent study is that due to Republic Act number 11285, which has been mentioned already, the groundbreaking energy efficiency regulation across Southeast Asia in the Philippines, which establishes a national framework for institutionalizing policies and requirements on efficient use of energy implementation of EE technologies and delineation of responsibilities. With this, there's mandates, reporting and implementation of EE by government agencies and LGUs. It mandates energy efficiency certifications, and it authorizes the use of new EE/ESCO financing modalities by GAs. So with this, we have a very, very strong policy and a framework in place for the proliferation of EE. So the challenge here is to push this forward and act on this so that the Philippines can really reap the rewards of developing and padding out its EE space. With the DOE responsible for its implementation, we feel that we make ourselves available as well as the development plans to support DOE to really push this forward and maximize the potential from this RA. So from our studies, we were recommended 5 interventions that we were asked to take immediate actions on. One was to develop and implement finance savings-based demonstration EEPs in private. and government sectors. An example given was retrofitting street lighting with LEDs. Again, not innovative, but replicable, scalable, and really demonstrates the benefits of energy efficiency and allows it to grow. Another is to develop EEP development capacity building. And the third was to develop and provide new EE finance de-risking products. We're working with our partners to develop this and seek partnership in this large potential market. Other recommendations included developing EE projects and produce cash incentive programs, and also to develop automated energy consumption reporting for DEs. So one program, so what I just talked about came from the Energy Efficiency Diagnostics Report, was ETP's starting point with energy efficiency in Southeast Asia. The second simultaneous program we ran was Energy Efficiency Innovation Window. So the idea was that we have the diagnostics coming in to help guide and drive our projects. The Energy Efficiency Window is a $1.5 million grant program where we opened up the grant to encourage private sector to come forth with the programs and projects and ideas that they have ready to go, but are lacking the seed capital to move it forward. So the Energy Efficiency Innovation Window is a project providing an effective pathway through which ETB can provide early stage grant financing for innovative approaches to address the systematic problem of underinvestment into energy efficiency in Southeast Asia. We received a lot of interest from Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines. From the first round, we selected four programs which we thought were the most going to have the largest amount of impact. And from the second round, we're currently going through the analysis, closing in on perhaps awarding 2 more grants. I'll touch very briefly on the winners here. Let's start with Plimergy. So you might have heard of Plimergy. They were one of our winners, and rightly so, with their IGA financing program under the EIW in the Philippines. So this is a de-risking energy efficiency investment in the Philippines by financing investment grade audits. By financing these investment grade audits, it opens up the access to energy efficiency projects, and hopefully we'll get to work on around 13 energy efficiency projects and push and support these coming through to finalization. We also did a de-risking instrument with Danfoss Energy Management System modeling in Indonesia. So this is establishing a credit guarantee mechanism. We had an energy efficiency and energy conservation awareness raising in the education sector. This is a nice little project where it gets out to schools, primary schools and high schools to raise the awareness of energy efficiency in Indonesia. And the third is with EP Group. This is a very exciting program called ESCO in a Box. I believe they're also part of this today, so I won't speak too much on their behalf. But this project, I think, would benefit from being rolled out across all countries across Southeast Asia. And this is, we're supporting the launch of a super ESCO for the Philippines and Southeast Asia, which will license ESCO in a Box. So basically, all the services an ESCO needs are there and supported throughout the supply chain of that. So we have a lot of upcoming work in energy efficiency. I'd refer you to our website and encourage you to join in to download our reports. Upcoming, we have several key consultations and workshops. We'll be taking the work we've done across Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam, and having many interactive sessions on these, including with governments and financial institutions and the wider public. So I thank you again for allowing me to speak today, and look forward to working with you all in the future, and wish you all the very best of luck with the energy efficiency journey, which is at a very, very exciting time. And thank you. Back over to you, Alex.
Well, thank you so much, John. You know, it's so refreshing that when a new intervention from a UN agency shifts the focus from technology deployment in information, education, communication, and pure capacity building, it shifts the focus. You know, when ATP intervenes in the energy efficiency market of these 3 countries, to de-risking, to financial transactions, to guarantees and energy savings insurance. So it's a fresh change, and to see how interventions are now happening in this space of energy efficiency. And so it's very good. And then there's even further innovation in the energy efficiency innovation window, and especially through the first round. So let's hear from our third speaker. Our third speaker is Melanie Slade, the Senior Program Manager at the International Energy Agency, who I'm so thankful joining us through her travel and leave. But she will share with us right now how energy efficiency, nicknamed by the IEA as the first fuel, how this first fuel fits in the global net zero transition pathway that the International Energy Agency is mapping out between now and 2050. So without further ado, Mel, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Alex, and thanks everybody for the opportunity to be here. It's great to be part of this panel in this important event in the region. As everybody said, Southeast Asia is hugely important to the energy balance of the globe, and so the more energy efficiency we can see in this region, the better example that we're showing for others, and the more progress we're going to make. I'd just like to start with making some observations about where we are at the moment in terms of our energy efficiency and our our net zero aspirations that have been referred to by other speakers, and then make a few comments about where we need to be. So I'd just like to start, like I say, looking at some recent trends, and with that, just show you this chart, which perhaps you've seen before, but it's always a good reminder. So you might remember when the Sustainable Development Goals were set several years ago, that we were looking for a doubling of the rate of energy efficiency. And you can see on the left-hand side of this chart, 2011 to 2016, we were pretty much at the rate that we were looking for. But it took us a long while to get there. We were slow, so we had some catch up to do. Unfortunately, progress slowed, and we're now looking, in order to achieve our net zero aspirations, we need to double again. So instead of wanting about 2%, we need about 4% now. So that's the challenge ahead of us. Having a look at what's been going on in very recent times, we are seeing that governments are leading by example, has been discussed by other speakers, and quite a lot of recovery spending is actually going into efficiency, which is of course good news. One of the most fruitful areas here is buildings, and I'll show you a bit more detail on that in just a moment. But just to say that efficiency is making up about 2/3 of clean energy recovery spending from our tracking at the moment. Now we're continuing to track this data, and we'll be publishing new figures later in the year. But this is good progress, clearly. One imbalance that we're seeing, important to this region, but also to all of the developing and emerging world, is that 2/3 of the clean energy investments need to happen in those parts of the world. So this recovery spending that we've been seeing is happening more in advanced economies, which is perhaps not surprising, but nonetheless, it means that the challenge in the developing and emerging world is even greater. As I said, a fair amount of this is going into buildings. So everything that's in yellow on this chart is buildings related. Everything that's in blue is transport related. So buildings and transport have been doing well out of this recovery spending. That's probably fairly obvious in a sense, but in terms of buildings, for example, you get good quality local jobs by investing in buildings energy efficiency measures. And of course, transport is very much related to infrastructure, and that's another place that governments are happy to direct their recovery money. Something else we've just started tracking recently, which we find interesting, is government related R&D investment, and we can see here that over a quarter of R&D investment from governments now is going into efficiency, and the trend here is increasing. So that's a welcome introduction. But as John just said, we need also to remember that we do know what we need to do by 2030 to achieve our net zero ambitions by 2050. We have to do as much with energy efficiency as we possibly can this decade. And as also has been referenced quite regularly, one of the ways of getting money into energy efficiency is through energy service companies. I must emphasize one of the ways. ESCOs are not a silver bullet, but they make a major contribution, or can make a major contribution. We're seeing gradual growth in investments through ESCOs globally. And of course, it would be good to see that level of growth of investment growing in this region. And John's projects, ADB's projects, are pushing in that direction. So it's all going in the right direction, but we now need to think about how do we do this at scale, because in the majority of cases, that's not yet been achieved. Just a word on policy while I'm here, just to say that, some people say that, isn't energy efficiency something that the market can do for itself? Aren't more efficient products just naturally becoming available? And the answer is no. We really do see that the countries that make substantial improvements in efficiency have very strong mandated energy efficiency policies. It's not a very popular statement to say that regulation has driven the best improvements that we've seen, but it's what we observe. And this is just the case of appliance policies, where we've seen that the countries that have been investing in appliance policies for decades, there are parts of the world that have been doing this for 30 years, they're saving about 15% of their electricity consumption because of these policies. And that percentage grows over time because, of course, the installed stock of appliances gets replaced by the more efficient products over the lifetime. And so this 15% grows. So at the moment, it's 15% in the EU, in Europe, for example, and that's expected by 2030 to be about 25%. So it really is a good indication of where we need to go. They were my observations on what's been happening, but just to say that there have been some improvements in clean energy investment, but we need a 7-fold increase in order to reach net zero ambitions. So this is a huge challenge for everybody. The benefits of doing this, particularly in efficiency, are multiple, as we all talk about. And in this time where we have basically a global energy crisis, countries are talking about energy security. As we talk about often from the IEA, energy efficiency is the one fuel that every country has in abundance at home, doesn't need to import. So, it's a really important fuel when we're talking about energy security. It's very important when we're talking about resilience of the system also. But it can also improve health, create jobs. And as I said earlier, we're not talking about jobs that come and go here. We're talking about jobs that can exist over the long term. They're local jobs, they're good quality jobs. So very important aspects here. I'm just going to go on to talk a bit more about net zero. Now, Dr. Prianta showed another version of this chart, but just as a reminder, the IEA's net zero scenario, which of course is one of many scenarios, has about 400 milestones in it. About 40 of those are energy efficiency milestones. So everything on here, we've picked out the things related to efficiency in particular. But as you can see, there's lots of roles in the near term for energy efficiency in buildings and transport, some in industry too. But these are the things that we need to see happen now. We need to see the technologies that we know about on the whole, and really it's how do we get the policies and the investments in to drive their uptake at scale. So with that net zero pathway, the global economy could grow by 40% using less energy today. So that's the key kind of takeaway, that if people don't absorb anything else, I think that's the really key thing that we'd like to get across, because we're not talking about scrimping and scraping and doing less. We're saying that by doing this, by 2030, the economy could grow, but using 40% less energy. So this is a kind of a no regret scenario. Just to have a look at this by sector. So without that investment in energy efficiency, energy demand would be 30% higher. And you can see here, industry, buildings and transport, what the huge opportunities are for efficiency across all sectors. So it's not just one part of the economy. People are talking a lot about buildings at the moment. That's partly because we need to do a lot on getting building codes in place, because we don't want the lock-in in inefficient buildings that will happen if we don't do that now. But nonetheless, it's across all sectors that we see these opportunities. And I want to kind of finish on touching on what's different. Why do we think that we can accelerate energy efficiency now, when, and this is coming from somebody who's been doing this for the last 30 years, when we haven't done it yet? What's changed? And I think one of the big things that shakes all of this up is digitalization of everything. So with the advent of much lower cost telecommunications technologies, much lower cost sensors, we can see a digital world of energy efficiency in a completely different light than was possible even 5 years ago. And this is just indicated here by the stock of connected appliances, devices, sensors, the stock of digital things available. And there are now more digital items around than there are people on the planet. That is how big this is now. And this, like I say, this can change our world in efficiency, because it can make investing in energy efficiency easier. It can help us aggregate projects, so it can help us direct finance. It can help us prove savings much more accurately. So it can make many changes to our energy efficiency opportunities. And just to show that investments also, not only are the number of devices increasing as you might expect, the investments in digital efficiency are on this upward trajectory as well. And we're seeing some of the projects that John mentioned, for example, some of the energy services, some of the transport opportunities that Dr. Priyanka mentioned. We're seeing a lot of investment in the digital aspects of those things. So this is very exciting. This is what could change the paradigm. But going back to the point about policy, we do need policy action to boost deployment and to counter the risks of this changing world that we find ourselves in. If we don't have policy, all of these digital devices can use energy. They could be using more energy, and we could, if we don't harness this, it could go in the wrong direction and be wasteful rather than as beneficial as we, of course, all like to see. So some of the roles for government in here are, let me see. So things like institutional arrangements, platforms for data sharing and data management. This is something that needs to be organised, needs to be open, transparent, and available to all, so that the market can play fairly here. And this is something that Alex and people who work in ESCOs in particular, we need the methodologies for verifying that energy savings have happened, for valuing them. We need them to be very clear and transparent, and increasingly flexible, of course, as well. And we also, there's been quite a talk about just transitions here. We also need to make sure that programs focus on digital solutions, not just to the people who are tech savvy, who have the opportunity for digital devices, but that they focus on benefiting disadvantaged groups and communities as well as everybody else. So this has got to be inclusive, this process. And on that inclusive point, and I was very pleased to see Dr. Priyanka's comments about the principles that ADB's established for the new energy policies. So, you know, in a similar vein, the executive director of the IEA convened a group of ministers and chief executive officers and leaders of think tanks and NGOs to talk about how we can look at the clean energy transitions with a people-centered approach, because it's become very clear if you look at what's been happening around the world, that if we don't bring people along with us on this journey, then we're not going to achieve our net zero ambitions, and we must achieve those, of course, to combat climate change. So the people-centered commission came up having had many workshops and dialogues and discussions with a hugely varied group of people and organisations, came up with these 12 recommendations about people-centred transitions. And these are now informing the work of ourselves and, of course, other people. But they're making sure that decent jobs and worker protection are at the heart of this. That's absolutely essential, otherwise none of this will work. We need to have this focus on social and economic development, as others have said. We need to make sure we have equity, social inclusion and fairness in all of our policies. And we need the people, citizens, to be active participants. We can use insights from behavioural science. We can inform the public through participation and communication. We can also, of course, enhance impact through international collaboration and exchange of best practice. So all of these things are going to be essential to achieving our clean energy transitions and therefore our net zero goals. But also, these are really important points to make now in this current crisis we find ourselves in, with energy prices rising, with security and resilience being an issue. If we're going to achieve our best efforts here and do these things as quickly as we need to do them, then we need people at the centre of this. I'd just like to finish on one point, and that is that the IEA's next annual conference on energy efficiency will happen in June, and there we're bringing together ministers and chief execs of leading companies to talk about the challenge that's facing us with energy efficiency. We need urgent action. We need to make these energy efficiency improvements now. We need a huge amount of change by 2030 if our 2050 ambitions for clean energy transitions as a whole are going to happen. If they're going to be affordable and inclusive, we need to make a huge impact with energy efficiency in this decade. And so we'll be bringing people together to talk about exactly what does that mean, what policies do we need to see put in place, and who plays what role, because it's government, it's private sector, it's the community as a whole, but who plays what role, how do they work together? That's going to be an important sort of conversation that we have in June. So if anybody wants to know more about that, please of course go to the website, and you'd be welcome to join us. So thank you very much. I'll finish with that, and look forward to any questions and comments.
Well, thank you very much, Mel. It's really very refreshing to see that the product regulation, if for lack of a better term, is actually delivering measured energy savings across economies, across emerging economies. It's also encouraging to see that the ESCO market has grown almost steadily from 2015. And then in spite of the pandemic, there was still a positive slope. We also heard from you that in the roadway, in the pathway towards the net zero transition and by 2050, there's a long litany of milestones that the global economy will just have to go through and knock out one at a time. And also that the digital economy, the digitalization of the energy efficiency markets will still have barriers if we are desirous to grow technology deployment across end-use sectors. So we're now ready to have our open forum, our Q&A. And of course, we have all three speakers already showing on the upper right of your screen. A quick reminder to our audience, please type in your questions with your name and organization at the chat box below your screen. And we will do our best to raise your questions to our speakers. If you would like to personally ask your question and through our camera and microphone, please let the Secretariat know. And when I acknowledge you, we will ask you to switch on your camera and your audio as well, and state your name and organization before asking the question. So before I raise the questions from the audience, let me go through one round of questions across all three speakers, and I'll probably do this in reverse order. So I'll start off with Mel. From the IEA standpoint, why does energy efficiency policy matter so much to improving efficiency, really, generally? Isn't it just up to the market? Can't markets freely make energy efficiency happen? Why beat markets with a stick using an energy efficiency policy?
Thanks, Alex. I suppose if we really knew the detailed answer to that question, we would have solved the energy efficiency conundrum. But by observation, we see that, like I say, where progress has been made, it has been driven by mandatory policies. So if you look at the world's kind of two most famous, perhaps, industrial energy efficiency programs, Perform, Achieve, Trade in India and the Top 10,000 program in China, they've both had mandatory targets driving them. You see voluntary versions of those programs in other parts of the world, and you look at the figures. They aren't achieving very much at all, sadly. So it's an observation rather than knowing chapter and verse of why. So we see that with appliance programs. We see it also industrially, and of course with buildings policies too. The really important thing, I suppose, is that writing regulation is the easy part. Implementing it well is the thing that's really important here. And there are many aspects to that, but one of them is the public consultation, which you know very well when you are actually designing and implement a policy. If you don't do that well, it can't be implemented well, it won't be successful. So that's a really key, important kind of facet. And we have seen countries trying to emulate other people's policies without going through that consultation process. And to be honest, they're achieving not very much at all. So that's one part. And then of course, there's the whole compliance, and there's the whole regime of compliance across all sectors. And I just, a quick one there, digitalization can help us with compliance. So that's something that can change, whereas we needed a vast army of people, and many governments couldn't afford to put a really comprehensive compliance regime in place. In many cases, digitalization can help us with that as well. So I think that they're the sorts of things that we need governments for, because without them, we just don't see a change. Industry would rather invest in new production lines. Without being coerced in some way, required in some way, you don't see the investment in energy efficiency.
Right. Well, clearly, the whole world needs government support, and yes, policy action is certainly a strong, not only catalyst, but it really reverses, if not modifies, human behavior and as well as market behavior towards energy efficiency adoption and technology deployment. So let's go to John. John, you presented the energy efficiency innovation window. In fact, you were presenting 4 successful grantees under the first round. So my question is, will ETP run any more energy efficiency innovation windows? Are there plans to do a second round, or what are your plans as far as EEIW are concerned?
Yeah, thank you, Alex. It's a good question. So we've actually just ran a second round of EEIW, and we perhaps will have a third. We're building our technical assistance now that we have this background information. So please just keep an eye on our website. Perhaps, given the audience we have today, it might be useful to just share a little bit of what we look for as well when judging the EIW grantees. So we have a panel which actually included Mel from IEA. So we bring in the experts to assess the grantees. And we categorize these into project development support, access to EE finance, and facilitation of public policy. So these are 3 areas where we think if we support, we will see real life EE projects take place. So beyond the capacity building, it's the project development, it's the access to finance, and it's the changing of the public policy. And when we grade them, we have a scoring system. The 2 highest areas where we score them is the amount of financing the projects can leverage. It's also on the level of innovation. But like I said before, we don't require inventors as part of innovation. It's perhaps bringing innovation that's been tried and tested in other countries, and it's innovative in a particular market. What we want to see is our awardees bring energy efficiency and progress it within the country. So I can't answer the question actually directly. Will there be an EIW3? Quite possibly. We're certainly going to pitch this to our steering committee because we think the results we've had from our first 2 rounds are very effective. We do have other energy efficiency opportunities though. So we're very open to be reached out to, and are very happy to speak to anybody within the PE2 community about opportunities. Thank you for the question, Alex.
Well, there's still a very, very positive indication from ETP. So thank you, John. Priyantha, back to you. What are the barriers to overcome from ADB's experience? If we are to expand, let's say, energy efficiency, especially demand-side energy efficiency across the developing member countries of ADB, we have seen in the last decade, starting off the Energy Efficiency Initiative, then the ADB's Clean Energy Program, that demand-side energy efficiency still has a there are no clear trends, right, for the growth of demand-side energy efficiency. So what do you think are the barriers to overcome if ADB would like to grow demand-side energy efficiency investments in DMCs?
Thank you, Alex. It's a very important question. In fact, I think most of the aspects Milani has already answered. One of the major issues is, in fact, when it comes to demand side energy efficiency, you have to deal with many stakeholders. Institutions like ADB would like to deal with the governments, but mostly governments when it comes to sovereign investments. And if you have to deal with energy efficiency on the demand side, perhaps you have to deal with so many stakeholders, not just 1 or 2, many stakeholders. And that basically discourages us to go into demand side energy efficiency. We would prefer supply side energy efficiency because that's easier and easier to deal with at large volumes when it comes to utilities. That's one thing from our side. But that mindset we have to change. The demand side, we have to do a lot, we can do a lot. The second barrier from these countries' point of view is that absence of strong champions or strong institutions. Now you have utilities usually dominating very strong utilities on the supply side. When it comes to demand side, you have, of course, energy efficiency bureaus, energy efficiency authorities, and so on. I mean, obviously good, nice bureaucrats sitting there enjoying all the benefits, but they don't have much authority when it comes to enforcing things or, when it comes to compliance, monitoring and so on. That's not strong enough. So, weak institutional structures. Institutions is another barrier. as Melanie quite rightly said, most of the energy efficiency programs will be driven by strong ones, will be driven by the policies and regulations, and finally, enforcing it properly and compliance monitoring. For that, you need strong institutions. That's the other major barrier. The third is, of course, coming back to the standard issue, that is a common issue, the subsidies in the energy sector. Traditional, subsidies will basically discourage people to really think of too much on energy efficiency, because probably most of these institutions do not spend as a percentage that much of money on energy, and if because of the subsidies and so on in the energy sector. As a result, encouragement is not as high, unless you have high energy price regimes like what we have now. Now everybody is really concerned about energy efficiency, but after a while it goes away. That's the other barrier. So you see this, and from this viewpoint, I think we need to really develop capacity and awareness building in these institutions and the governments, to go for energy efficiency right throughout, other than the high price regimes. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, fantastic. I'm glad that you made that linkage. We started the webinar today, and it's the first time we're making that linkage between the high energy prices and energy efficiency. I also see that, ADB is able to flow knowledge, flow technical assistance alongside its investments to remove the barriers that you just mentioned. So let's turn over to the audience right now. I know that there is one question from the floor. Colin Steely, are you able to share your audio and video to raise your question? I believe this is for Priyanta.
Yeah, thanks, Alex.
Colin, fire away. These are questions on sovereign and private sector operations of ADB. Colin.
Thank you, Alex. Hi, everybody. Dr. Priyanta, some great projects the ADB is investing in and pushing energy efficiency agenda throughout your countries. But I was wondering, what was the split in activities between the sovereign side of the bank and PSOD? And if you could give us some insights on sort of what would be the smallest size activity in an energy efficiency project that PSOD, the private sector operations, would take an interest in looking at and providing some debt or financing for.
Shall I take it, Alex, straight away? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Yes. In fact, as far as the split is concerned, as you could see, overall in the energy sector lending program, energy efficiency is not that high. And even in that, supply side is much bigger than the demand side, I must admit. And that's something which we need to improve on, frankly. As far as PSOD is concerned, I'm not sure whether we had put in a lot of money, from PSOD side for energy efficiency at the moment. Frankly, I don't have the numbers, but my experience is that it may not be as high. And even if there is something, probably it's a collaboration between sovereign and non-sovereign, putting together some money to a financial intermediation loan and then lending it for energy efficiency programs. That might have been the model which we have been using, not direct project financing as such in that sense. We are still exploring. I think in India, we are trying to bring in the private sector financing for a next energy efficiency project with Energy Efficiency Services Limited. And the smallest possible intervention, I think now PSOD is looking at very small deals. I mean, even small deals. Not the volume is important, but not as much as it used to be. I think the innovation, value addition is much more important for PSOD now than it used to be. Obviously, they will look at the cost of transactions and so on when it comes to the volume, but it may not be that big. I mean, it may be even in the range of about $10–15 million. They may be going in for such transactions, unlike in the past. Because now I think even the targets, as far as PSOD is concerned, it's the number of deals done rather than the volume. To encourage more innovative, even smaller interventions, as long as there is value addition and innovation in it. Yeah, I hope that answers at least partly your question.
Thank you, Dr. Priyantha.
No, thank you, Priyantha. That's a very interesting point that both Priyantha and Colin were raising. So it's not just the size of the deal, in my perspective. Sometimes it's also the size of the sponsor or the borrower or the beneficiary, and the credit worthiness. And typical many ESCO players in DMCs are not that credit worthy to do a direct transaction with the bank. And that's why they have to go through an aggregation vehicle. I think we have enough time for one more round of questions across the speakers. I go back to Mel. Mel, you talked about why energy efficiency policy indeed matters. But what can policymakers do to help increase investment in energy efficiency? What opportunities lie ahead? There's been a global commission, right? And then it had some recommendations. But moving forward towards the net zero pathway, what can policymakers really do to scale up what we have today?
I think, as I said earlier, I think one of the things is embrace digital technologies to make this all easier for people, because we've talked about this quite a lot, but and everybody's mentioned this, but energy efficiency, unfortunately, is more complicated than buying renewables. It's more complicated in terms of the stakeholder groups. It's more complicated because it's multiples of small transactions. So everything and anything we can do to make it simpler is got to be a good thing. So we need governments to set market rules that really facilitate this simplification process, simplify, say, aggregation of projects. So my big worry, I suppose, is the hundreds of thousands of investments we need in industry in things like improving boilers, improving compressed air systems, improving, those general investments of, more efficient motors. There are literally hundreds of thousands of those investments need to happen. So we need mechanisms for those projects to be aggregated and then to be allowed to bid into whatever markets there are. So things like making sure if you have some form of carbon taxation, some form of carbon market, make sure energy efficiency is able, through aggregation mechanisms, say, to be able to bid into those markets. Allow energy efficiency to play its part. Really encourage aggregators, I think. And we talk a lot about ESCOs, but let's be honest. We haven't seen them change the world anywhere. Yes, they have a huge part to play, but there are other business models that will come into play here, and governments can help in allowing them to play in markets. So I think that's my particular point here is the aggregation of projects. I think that's the thing we have to enable in order to make all of this happen. So how do you change out the millions and millions of motors that we should really see replaced in order to make a very quick transition to greater efficiency? If you had the money, you could make a massive change very, very quickly. But you've got to find the financing mechanisms that are flexible enough to allow you to do something like that. Aggregation.
Well, very good. The thought of aggregation, I love aggregation because I think it's key to accelerate markets and technology deployment. I like the concept that you brought up that forced market obsolescence or market washout of low efficiency technologies. I also like the point, not in your last comment, but in your earlier presentation, there's a linkage between energy efficiency, job generation, and stimulus programs or recovery programs. So that too is an aggregation opportunity for energy efficiency. John, we talked about EEIW, the Energy Efficiency Innovation Window. So you went through this first round, you're now in your second round. how is the energy efficiency innovation window grant applications, how are they evaluated? Let's say the grantees, and what does ETP look for when selecting the entries for grant applications?
Yeah, thank you, Alex. So I touched on this a little bit before, but the key is really the okay. So I can talk a little bit granularly through it. I'll keep it brief, but we have a pass or fail on organizational background and capacity. So this is basically legal status and a past demonstration that the organization can and has demonstrated such experience within their market. After this, we really want to evaluate that the organization will hit the ground running, and if not, what supports will they need? So we have a marking mechanism. The first part is on solution readiness. Is the product, service, or the innovation ready to go to market within 6 months or less? Then we look at the viability of the technology business model or the engagement approach. So does the proposed intervention have a viable and realistic technology, business model, and deployment? Has it been seen before? Or can we gauge this? Then we look at the level of innovation. And as mentioned, we wanted to demonstrate that the proposed intervention or initiative is new and creative to that market. Then we're looking at the size of the potential market. We really want it to be as big as possible. Is it scalable? And then is it sustainable? Will it continue after the seed funding has gone? And then on the back of all of this, we can rest assured and sit back and watch. So we've just started the first round now, and we'll be seeing the results come in. So maybe this time next year, I'd be able to come back and demonstrate how successful our EIW projects have been. Thank you.
Well, very good. So ETP will choose to water the little seedlings that will grow into a big tree and even spread its seed. So that's if I were to use that analogy. Priyantha, you for ADB, you discussed earlier the barriers, but can we dive deeper now and have you elaborate on what ADB is specifically planning to do and expand energy efficiency interventions in the region? Are there clear steps? Is there a program? Is there a regional initiative across the bank to grow energy efficiency and in the demand side of energy markets?
Thank you, Alex. That's a very important question from our side. As I said, if you look at the past record, we have not done much on the demand side energy efficiency. Of course, we have done a lot on supply side, improvement of network efficiencies and so on and so forth. But on the demand side, our record is poor. So we have this increasing emphasis. But then at the moment, of course, we don't have a specific program as such. But what we're trying to do is to replicate if possible our experiences, particularly in places like India. As you know, in India, you have this Energy Efficiency Services Limited. It's a government initiative. Government set up this institution, and it has become, I mean, as Melanie said, aggregation is an issue. So it is the aggregator at the moment in India, whole of India. For all these municipalities and government institutions, they aggregate the demand and try to procure in large volumes. As a result, obviously, lower cost, and then it's a big ESCO in that sense. It may not be the model which is suited for every country, but we'll try to see in some form whether we can adapt that model in other countries, particularly in relatively large countries like, for instance, Bangladesh. Bangladesh has enormous potential for energy efficiency, but you don't have something equal to Energy Efficiency Services Limited in Bangladesh. We'll try to see whether we can adapt that in some form for Bangladesh, and then support from our side not only sovereign investments, but also we can bring in our private sector PSOD investments and together collaborate and then put in money in financial intermediaries like ESCOs, like the banking system in that country, and try to bring in energy efficiency investment through such systems. or through these large ESCOs like ESCO. That's one thing what we have in mind when it comes to implementation. Then on the other side, we have to, as I said, we have to strengthen, we have to find champions on the side of the government, and make them strong so that they have the enforcement powers, they have the capacity to enforce and compliance monitoring. And I think compared to 10, 20 years ago, it's quite good at the moment. It's improving the situation as it used to be, as compared to what it used to be. But we will have to strengthen these institutions as we go along. So with this, obviously, most of the investments will have to come from the private sector, naturally. And we have to provide this enabling environment for private sector to come in. And from government side, as much as possible, to reduce subsidies in energy sector, so that people will feel the right cost of energy, so that they feel the pinch, like what we have now, for instance, increasing energy prices. Everybody is now talking about energy efficiency. So we'll try to come from all these different sides and see whether we can strengthen our energy efficiency program as we go along. Thank you, Alex.
Well, thanks, Priyanta. You brought up the magical word aggregation again. In that model works for bulk procurement, bulk distribution, brings down the cost of technology. We also see how multilaterals can play a role in mobilizing private sector capital, which will bring and push out the lion's share of energy efficiency investments across markets. So that's a very good point. We have a second question from the audience. This is a question from Louis Cruz from Air Liquide Philippines. And I was asked to ask it on his behalf. It's related to the remarks of Secretary Dominguez in his letter to PE2 in last November. It's all about climate justice. So I throw this question right now to all three speakers, representing, of course, your organizations, ADB, ETP, and IEA. So a very high-level question. How do you think we can encourage, catalyze more investments from developed countries to the more vulnerable countries and enable not only energy efficiency but renewable energy investments in some countries? So it's all about your respective organizations have ideas, pathways, roadmaps, strategies that would flow more investments from the large emitters to the vulnerable countries. So I start first. Let's go in the reverse order now. Priyanta, from an MDB standpoint, how can this money from large emitters to vulnerable countries happen, especially for energy efficiency?
Right. We do it in different ways. One thing, of course, you yourself is aware of clean energy financing partnership facility we have. That facility is mostly for technical assistance, but it's a multi-donor facility where most of these developed countries put in their money to support encouraging the renewable energy and energy efficiency related investments in our DMCs. So these are grant monies which we bring in and to prepare projects and to for capacity building activities and so on in the developing member countries. So that's mostly a small amount of money, but which can catalyze a lot of money from various institutions, including a lot of money from the private sector. So the leveraging ratio of this money is very, very high. So that's one way we can, and most of the private financing coming from these countries, these developed countries. So that's one way to bring this money to flow. And the second is actually, you may have already heard the energy transition mechanism, which we started for energy transition of coal, accelerated coal decommissioning. And there, of course, most of these countries are planning to put in a lot of funding, low-cost funding into this ETM funds so that eventually these monies can be utilized to accelerate coal decommissioning. So that's a very specific interventions we have. So we'll try to bring in that kind of facilities so that these developed countries can contribute to and identify their interventions directly one-to-one, and see how they can, improve on this. So those are some of the things what we have been doing and what we will be doing here.
No, thank you. Secretary Dominguez did mention that there is a critical role for multilateral development banks to be that channel, to be that conduit of climate funding from the large emitters to the vulnerable countries. John, based in the context of that question, right? Do you consider the structure of ETP and its funding sources, right? The Children's Investment Foundation and the rest. Do you consider ETP to be that conduit from the large emitters to the vulnerable countries? Is ETP that structure?
So we are one of the conduits. I hope we're not the only one. We would like to see larger cash flows, but we are managing a $50 million fund, which is coming from philanthropies, global philanthropies and governments. What I can say is there's a lot of interest from other governments to join, and there's more interest in the governments who currently support us to increase on this ambition. I think the question was, how can we attract more? I think our job as ETP is to deliver successful projects, is to help reduce GHG and to show that the money that is being spent in a highly productive way and with positive outcomes, and is opening up markets. With energy efficiency specifically, I think the same as any market, regardless of location or sector, private capital will flow where there is certainty, or let's say de-risked, and the level of returns. So through the development capital that we're implementing now, hopefully we can make this market more attractive to private capital to follow. So to answer your question, we are certainly one of these conduits. And it's our goal to be as successful as possible. And our success is measured in GHG reductions, if we simplify it. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, John. It's interesting that the pot of money that ETP is managing is really intended to leverage, enable policy, enable market conditions, but also leverage and mobilize private sector capital for the lion's share of the capital gap. Mel, from the standpoint of, this is our last question, from the standpoint of IEA, how does IEA's roadmap towards the net zero transition, how does it see this climate funds from large emitters to the more vulnerable countries like the Philippines? Is there something? Is there a policy direction of IEA and helping governments improve that flow from the large emitters to the more vulnerable countries?
So the first thing, of course, is the roadmap itself. So very clearly laying out what needs to be done, which helps governments choose where to spend their money. So a couple of things. One are the milestones. We talked about proven technologies. We know what to do. So we're showing the direction that the funding needs to flow, and we're showing the timing of things. So in our experience, that gives governments confidence that if they invest in these things, they will get the outcomes that the planet needs. So as we deal in evidence, of course, so as John says, it's proving or measuring the impact of these things. But I would like to turn that question around and say, we need the governments of the developing and emerging countries to put the policies in place that provide the certainty for the investors. So we need, as Priyanka said, we need them to remove the subsidies. We need them to put the institutional arrangements in place. We need them to set long-term signals, and we need these mandatory policies. Now, if they don't do that, if they don't come to the table with that part, then whatever other people do, well, it won't be sustainable. It won't solve our long-term problems. We'll have little blips with the initial investments, and then it won't continue. So I think this isn't a one-way issue. There's a huge amount that governments need to do themselves. And of course, the IEA will facilitate that in every way we can, in terms of providing evidence, technical support, whatever we see we can do to play our role in this multi-stakeholder conversation.
Oh, fantastic. So it will always be a discussion piece on the road to 2050. I wish we could carry on this lively and animated conversation. And I already hear the bell, but due to the limited time we have, we now close our question and answer for technical session 1. And for those remaining questions not called out, we can still reach out to you, especially if you leave your question and name, organization, and email address, and we will do our best to send them to the speakers so that they can answer them. And as Secretariat, we will email their responses to you. So thank you, and appreciate your kind and active participation in this first technical session of Energy Efficiency Day. I wish to thank everyone for your active participation. I thank our speakers, Priyanta Wijayatunga of ADB. I thank John Robert Cotton of Energy Transition Partnership, and of course, Melanie Slade of the International Energy Agency. So at this point, we now transition to the second technical session, and I would like to turn over to the next moderator, Colin Steely, who will lead the discussions in the next session called Sustainable Cooling. Colin, over to you.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Colin Steely, and I am the Chief Sustainability Officer for Stratcom Power Services Philippines, and also a member of the PE2 Policy Committee. It is my pleasure to be your moderator for the next session. We will now proceed to the second technical session this afternoon with the theme Sustainable Cooling. As one of the 4 thematic pillars of our EE Day 2022 celebration, sustainable cooling encompasses stretching the boundaries of air conditioning efficiencies through market transformations and incorporates district, decentralized, and solar thermal cooling systems. Allow me to introduce our next 3 speakers. May I request the speakers to please turn on your cameras. So allow me to provide a short introduction to all 3 speakers before we proceed. The first speaker is Mr. Peter Lundberg, Executive Director of the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association. Mr. Peter Lundberg is an energy engineer with more than 17 years of experience as a team leader, project manager, technical manager, systems designer, and project planner. He has wide international experience working on projects in Scandinavia, Europe, and Asia. He has extensive experience in district heating, district cooling, energy efficiency, renewable energy, and sustainable urban development. Currently, Mr. Lundberg is the Executive Director of the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, APUEA, in Bangkok, Thailand. He is leading APUEA to explore, develop, and promote sustainable energy in the Asia Pacific region. The second speaker is Mr. Nino Falamig, Head Service Advanced Tech Operations, Alstra Climate Control Solutions for Concepcion Carrier Air Conditioning Company. Mr. Nino Flamig is a registered mechanical engineer and currently heads the Service Advanced Tech Operations, Alstra Climate Control Solutions for Concepcion Carrier Air Conditioning Company. He superheaded the organization's energy efficiency arm through promoting energy efficiency measures, state-of-the-art technology, and innovations that will further enhance the system efficiency, reduce energy consumption, and assist the organization in reducing its carbon footprint too. Lastly, our third speaker is Mr. Wesley Andre Chu, Deputy Division Manager of Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines. Mr. Wesley is a graduate of mechanical engineering from the Technological Institute of the Philippines, Manila. He is also head of the project sales division for Daikin Philippines, Inc. He has wide experience working for the aircon industry for 13 years now. Since then, he has been closely collaborating with HVAC designers and architects to ensure that the most applicable and efficient solutions are available in the market. So just a reminder, everybody, as you listen to our speakers, please type in your questions at the chat box below your screen. We'll have one open forum for all speakers at the end of the technical session. So let's now proceed with our second technical session by listening to the presentation of Mr. Peter Lundberg, Executive Director of Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, to talk about meeting the growing cooling demand in ASEAN district cooling. Mr. Peter Lundberg, over to you. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Hope you can see my screen. Let me know if it's not visible.
Yep, you look great, Peter.
Okay. Yes.
So you're coming across loud and clear.
Thank you for the introduction, Colin. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So my name is Peter Lundberg, and I'm the Executive Director of the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, or APUEA. I would like to talk about the topic meeting the rising cooling demand in ASEAN with district cooling. First, I want to mention a little bit about the rising cooling demand. So first, cooling produces about 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, and about 80% of that comes from emissions come from the use of energy, or emissions from electricity. But there's also a 20% of this greenhouse gas emission that comes from direct emissions of refrigerants. So not only the energy use, electricity consumption causes the emissions, but it's also emissions from refrigerants. You can also see on the graph here on the right-hand side that the cooling demand is growing quite rapidly. You see the difference here in various countries and regions, that the demand for space or air conditioning systems in residential and commercial buildings has increased a lot between 1990 and 2017. The biggest growth is in China, but Southeast Asia also has had a significant growth as well. And the increasing cooling demand is driven by both economic and population growth in the hottest part of the world, which is clearly, ASEAN is a part of that region. And as you can see here on this graph, taking Philippines as an example, that Philippines has about 3,500 cooling degree days, which is fairly similar to other countries in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia. But you can also see that the AC utilization rates in Philippines is very low, less than 10%, whereas countries like Thailand is 30%, and Singapore, Malaysia is 80%. So there's a big gap here that for growth, and when the economy grow, people can afford to buy air conditions, or there will be a high demand of cooling, basically. You can also see countries like China, Japan, and Korea, which have a much cooler climate. They have a quite high utilization rate of ACs. You can also see that some other trends here, that the cooling degree days, so the cooling demand in ASEAN is growing. So actually climate change makes the climate hotter. So in the future, there will be even more need for cooling. The GDP per capita is growing in ASEAN, and you can see the curve here is following the growth in Japan. But I think it's also clear that the AC ownership in ASEAN is growing much quicker than in Japan, but that corresponds to my previous picture. Cities play a vital role in the energy transition because they occupy only 2% of the world's landmass, but they consume over 2/3 of the world's energy, and they account for more than 70% of global CO2 emissions. And so there's also a trend here that, there's an ongoing urbanization trend. So excuse me here, 1 second. In the beginning of the 20th century, about 15% of the world's population lived in cities. By 1950, it was 30%, and today 58% of the global population lives in cities. And so it has a big shift, urbanization trend that still continues. So, and in 2050, it is expected that 68% of the world's population lives in cities. And this rapid urbanization rate has led to the growth of megacities, basically large agglomerations with more than 10 million inhabitants. Today, there are 33 megacities globally, whereas 17 in Asia Pacific. In 2030, this number is expected to reach 43 globally and 25 in the Asia Pacific. So building stands for, a large part of energy consumption in cities. So in Asia Pacific, building stands for 30% of the final energy consumption, and they account for a large part of greenhouse gas emissions in cities. And taking some examples, Hong Kong is about 60%, in New York is 70%, in Tokyo 40%. And space cooling is the fastest growing use of energy in buildings. And cooling accounted for about 90% of total electricity use in buildings, which is up from 13% in 1990. So district cooling, what is district cooling? Well, district cooling is basically a centralized cooling plant that produces chilled water to several buildings in a piping network, binding it all together. So what is the benefits of district cooling systems? Well, they are more efficient, up to 50% more efficient than conventional cooling system due to scale factors. District cooling system use between 15 to 30% less capacity than individual cooling system, which means that you can reduce your investment for the HVAC for your project. It allows for integration of multi-energy systems such as intermittent renewable electricity, for example, waste energy, waste heat, for example, or natural coal sources. Is a great way to introduce more renewable energy into the national power grid, as you can produce chilled water when you have a lot of renewable energy from solar and wind available, and then you can store the chilled water in a thermal energy storage or an ice storage, and then you can use it for later. This is also very good for peak shaving. Of course, as we are talking about energy efficiency today, just the fact that district cooling is much more efficient way of using energy allows for a bigger share of renewable energy in your city or in your country or globally as well. District cooling can play a vital role to mitigate global warming between 0.5 to 1 degree Celsius due to its high efficiency, but also to phase out HFC refrigerants. With district cooling, you can reduce the volume of the refrigerants with up to maybe 50%. It also leads to reduced urban heat island effect. Especially, you can also use natural water sources like treated wastewater, or also seawater, lake water, river water, to directly cool the condensers of the chillers, which you don't need any cooling towers at all, or adding any heat to your surrounding at all in the area. That should be said. It has very long lifespan, up to 50 years, and there's a huge market potential, not at least for central district area, transit-oriented district areas, industry zones, airports, hospitals, data centers. Here you can see how you can utilize, if you connect different form of consumers in a district cooling system, you see that you can really share the load of the system. So because you have the main use of energy consumption in residential buildings take place in morning and evenings, and commercial during daytime. So this allows for a very good foundation for a district cooling system. This map shows district cooling system in Southeast Asia that we have identified. So there are currently 33 in operation, and at least 8 under operation. As you can see, Malaysia has by far the largest amount of district cooling system, followed by Singapore and Thailand. There are also district cooling system in Myanmar and Philippines. This is district cooling in a system in Philippines. Is the Northgate Cyber Zone, which is a technology park that has a 1.7 district cooling, fully redundant district cooling network with a cooling capacity of 42 megawatts, connecting 18 consuming buildings. So it has reduced the annual electricity consumption by almost 40%, and also reduced the emissions of CO2 with 18,400 tons. And as you can see, also it has a very high availability. This is another example from Bangkok, Thailand. It's called the Forestis project or development that is under construction at the moment. It has a cooling capacity fully built, 70 megawatt, thermal energy storage of 98 megawatt hours. It will offer up to 50% more efficient use of energy for cooling compared to traditional split AC systems. It also has reduced the installed capacity with 38% and 50% reduction of refrigerant volume. And also interesting, it will reduce the cost for residential units with 19%. So it clearly has benefits. And you can see on the small picture here that showing a balcony in an apartment with no condenser units. So more space for the tenants. No loud noises or anything like that. The distribution network is, in this case, is a piping system in a utility tunnel, with also including other utility like water and wastewater, electricity, and things like that. Another interesting project in Bangkok, Thailand is the One Bangkok project, which is Thailand's largest fully integrated district. It is a large mixed-use project consisting of 16 buildings, including offices, hotels, shopping malls, residences. The project has a high focus on sustainability and is LEED certified. It has a district cooling system of 133 megawatt. It will also utilize a thermal energy storage, and it will also use recycled wastewater for makeup water to the cooling towers. So this is, I think, is a good good example to show, as this is a fully integrated district. So of course, district cooling is a must here, and was basically a no-brainer for the developers. This project is in Hong Kong, is the Kai Tak development zone, which is the old airport of Hong Kong. It's now being developed into a mixed-use residential commercial area. So this is also an example of more like a public project, public-driven project by Hong Kong City. District cooling was chosen because it was the most efficient way to provide cooling to the area. It's first of its kind in Hong Kong. It will have 285 megawatts connecting 50 consuming buildings, and it's expected to be 35% more efficient than traditional air-cooled air conditioning systems. It has 3 phases, and it is expected to be completed in 2025. And this system uses seawater to cool down the chiller, the condenser of the chiller. So there will be no cooling towers used in this project. There will also be an expansion coming, a 4th phase, adding another 178 megawatts to this project. And so the 4th phase is expected to be completed in 2028. Okay, so a summary here of my presentation here, that cooling produces a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions, and the cooling demand is really growing. And so it's really important to meet this growing cooling demand with the most efficient way we can. I think this district cooling plays a vital role in that, especially in cities, in dense areas with mixed use consumers. It offers a very, very good solution. There's a trend, of course. There are many ongoing trends now, to increase the awareness of the energy transition. Green buildings and certification are getting more popular. So there are different, let's say, concepts and policies that district cooling can fall in under, like the energy efficiency policies, for example. But don't forget the Montreal Protocol and phasing out refrigerants is also another way for an angle to introduce district cooling. District cooling also increase value to properties, increase building lifespan, and also gives better well-being for buildings. I mean, in terms of maintenance and this kind of thing, is when you have centralized maintenance that is monitored 24/7, you can really optimize the operation. You clean all the filters, and you make sure that the system runs as efficient as possible all the time, compared to if you have individual systems in many buildings. I think one important thing I want to mention that, I mean, we recently had COP26 taking part in Glasgow. It was in November last year, where many countries got together and to discuss the energy transition. And as a result of that, actually 80% of the ASEAN countries have presented net zero target emissions. As you can see in this graph, is basically Cambodia and Philippines that have not set a net zero target at this point. And I can take an example from Thailand that they aim to be net zero in 2060. And that means that their energy national plan is it will be revised during this year to be connected to the net zero target that was set in November 2021. So, and that will lead to a significant focus on energy efficiency, which of course district cooling and other cooling technologies will play a vital role. Okay, thank you very much. That was all for me. I just want to mention that we are holding a very interesting district energy event in Bangkok in September called the Asia Urban Energy Assembly, including the Global District Energy Climate Awards. And I would like to invite you all there to come to Bangkok and take part in our event. Thank you all. That's all for me.
Thank you, Peter. That was fascinating. I was quite surprised to see the low utilization rates of the Philippines and the projected demand. It's certainly going to have some impact on local power systems, and we have to, be ready for that. There are a number of other questions came from the audience, but let's save them for another time. So thanks again. Now let's hear from our next speaker, Mr. Nino Falamig, the Head of Service Advanced Tech Operations for Alstra Climate Control Solutions for Concepcion Carrier Air Conditioning, who will present on achieving energy efficiency through Carrier's Advanced Tech Solutions. Mr. Nino, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin, for that wonderful introduction. And again, this really is a humbling experience sitting together with a lot of big names in the energy efficiency industry. Definitely, I have to mark the one stated by Ruth at the beginning of the program. She says, the cleanest and the most accessible energy is the energy we do not use. So I love the term, the first fuel, as energy efficiency, because this is really something that's really accessible to us. The first session talked about the policy, the top line discussion about the targets, and right now, we're being too specific, and right now we're going through cooling systems, and we would want to dissect more on. For us, mostly I've seen on the audience right now, we have a lot of end users that would like to know, how about us specifically? How would they achieve that? How would they participate in achieving that target? So as part of those that will really have the legwork and do all the chunk work of getting all those energy efficiency programs in their system, in their facilities, that's really a big work also. So as something like I would like to discuss to you about the Advantech background. What is Advantech? And again, this has been a dream of the organization ever since. Concepcion Industrial Corporation, a public listed company which has over 60 years of presence in the Philippine market, as one of the leaders in HVAC, partnered with Carrier, which we all know as the inventor of the modern air conditioning system. So they formed Concepcion Carrier Air Conditioning Company. And with that, we started off by doing, approaching this one at the very core of cooling, the HVAC, and growing further and expanding. And again, right now we're actively participating in this law, in this Energy Efficiency Conservation Act, the RA 11285. The Advantech really is timely in terms of pushing it forward and helping our policymakers, our institutions to be able to meet that target. So a Carrier team was developed so that we were able to integrate solutions for a smarter, safer, and more efficient building of tomorrow. And last 2019, we were able to achieve a certification and accreditation as an energy service company. And with that, we timely launched the Advantech last year to be able to drive forwards and support the EEC law, the passing of the EEC law. And Advantech is really not something of a new thing for the HVAC industry. Advantech has been formed way back 2011. That was April 2011 at Shanghai. And really the objective here is to really collate all the bright minds, all the expertise, so that we'll be able to provide an expertise in efficiency and environmental. So that's really the overriding concern of putting up this Advantech, the energy efficiency. And this really rhymes with what the law, what PE2, what Alex is pushing about for the energy efficiency programs of the Philippine market. So with that, we have 4 approach actually. We would like to do benchmarking and do maintenance, as well as optimizing and sustaining that. And with that 4 approach, we started up with benchmarking. What can we do as an end user, as a facilities owner, maybe an owner of a mall or an office building or an industrial side? What can I do in terms of doing benchmarking, of knowing where am I in terms of my energy consumption? So with that, an energy audit comes into place. We address this one definitely before the law. We address it through the internal needs. We know that our equipment really runs on input power. So even a small efficiency improvement has a really big financial impact. For those establishments, for those manufacturing plants, for those malls and offices, the longer the operating hours, the higher their tariff rate. And of course, the bigger the chiller plant tonnage means big impact for such a small energy efficiency improvement. So what we do here is we evaluate the energy consumption. We would want to know where we're at right now. And we review the current energy costs, and definitely the end goal here is to determine appropriate intervention measures and also projects that judiciously and efficiently use energy to achieve savings. With that also, with the advent of EEC adoption, I borrowed the slide coming from PE2 as well as some slides coming from Director Patrick Aquino of DOE. Definitely, the EEC law is something that really cemented that goal of the Philippines towards 2050. It really, as I've heard from our previous speakers, definitely the goal here is to integrate both the private and the government sector, so that the push towards energy efficiency is really a good one. Because the most effective way of pushing towards to the end user is really as a support coming from the government. So we really have that high anticipation for the EEC law to be adopted wholly by the whole Philippine market. And with that, we have these reasons on why we'll engage in an energy audit. We would like to really identify opportunities for energy and cost savings. And aside from having that compliance with the law, definitely the law itself is not something that you really would want to just follow for that a tick in the box, a checklist. No, it's not like that. The government was able to produce this law to be able to help our people, help our end users win their individual goals. This will really help us individually in terms of achieving those targets of energy efficiency and reduce energy consumption. Aside from that, we would like to ensure our chiller plant works as intended. Definitely, when we put in our chiller plant room, whether it's a water-cooled chiller, an air-cooled chiller, or a district cooling, as Peter has discussed earlier, again, we would want to work as it was designed. And definitely, through time, it degrades, it deteriorates. So we would want to address that. So through energy audit, we'd like to know more. What's happening right now? Where am I right now? We would like to also uncover hidden technical and operational issues. And sometimes we have programs, facilities management has programs in terms of providing providing retrofit works for their system. So we can also provide independent reference for future projects. Maybe they would want to shelve it out, but for next year, they have enough funds, enough capex to finance that project. Or maybe you can do that as an aggregate, as mentioned by Mel and Alex a while ago. And lastly, if your facilities is planning towards doing renovation or expansion, or you have some space in your building that you would want to repurpose, again, the purpose of energy audit is also to free up additional capacity in your plant room so that it can serve those items, those repurposing of your second floor, or you want like to expand to building B for your production. So those are items that we really would want to address on why we do energy audit. And approaching that, I think we are aligned here, and as the certification, the ongoing certification for energy auditors, for energy managers, and for cycle, again, we all are going to be familiar with the levels of audit that will be encountering in the field, provided by ESCOs and independent energy auditors and practitioners. So for level 1, definitely the goal here is to analyze available data from the customer. The first, it's usually a 1 day or a half day walkthrough survey, and really from that survey alone, we can get a lot of data, a lot of insight on how a specific plant room, how a specific building operates. And of course, augmented by review on hand-on plans and data that provided by the customer, we'll be able to identify basic sets of energy efficiency measures, or EEMs. And out of those EEMs that we listed up, we can be able to recommend promising EEMs that can be subjected to a more detailed analysis for level 2. And with that also, we'll be able to get a rough estimate of savings, let's say a ballpark figure of I can save as much as 25% or 20% if I implement this following energy efficiency measures. The level 2 would really do conducting field measurement. This is augmenting those data that is presented by the customers as well as the walkthrough audit. We'll be able to discover new information so that we'll be able to fill in gaps in the customer data. Maybe they were not that religious in terms of getting data from your plant room or temperature mapping on your production or your office. So we will be able to fill in those gaps. We can then replace assumptions with actual measurement through data logging, flow meter measurements, temperature logging, so that we'll be able to touch in those gaps. And of course, with the detailed and field measurement, we'll be able to break down the energy. We can formulate energy efficiency measure strategies that both combines combination of just behavioral improvement or capital intensive strategies. And of course, we will be able to refine the estimated of savings, capex, payback, and of course, the return on investment for those investment that we put in for these EEMs. And later on, again, we did identify we really have to filter which of the following energy efficiency measures can be subjected to a more detailed approach through level 3 so that it might provide a big amount of savings and as well as a good and attractive return on the investment. And for level 3, again, zeroing in on those EEMs that you selected from level 2, you'll be able to calibrate models for your building energy use, identify and optimize specific EEM strategies, and of course, detailed analysis of capital incentive modification. So with the business model that we have right now, actually this is something that I really like. The concept of a doctor to a human patient to as ESCO or energy auditors to a building. So we can say that we are a building doctors in such a way that we diagnose the current state of the building's energy fitness. Whether you are fit, your production is fit, your plant, your office is fit or not, or you're really consuming a lot of energy. And after that, we do recommend ways to improve building fitness through strict energy diets. Maybe this is just a behavioral adjustment or a smarter energy use, or we can bring in upgrades like a replacement or bringing on innovative technologies to augment your operations, your plant room. And we'll call on the rest of the gang and be able to make this happen through solutions partnerships. We will be able to work with the client to implement this improvement. And this is a cyclical process. Definitely, it's not a one-time thing. Plant rooms, equipment, chillers, AHUs, cooling towers, they degrade over time. So it's a really important thing that we'll be able to measure and monitor this so that we'll be able to really squeeze in the most optimized performance of our equipment throughout its lifetime. And with that, definitely the very important thing about ESCO, about benchmarking, is also to do manage your plant room. And with that, we would want to have the full visibility of the process of how my plant room works. So with building automation system, you have the 360 view of the building's entire operation. You'll be able to communicate from your HVAC system, plant room, to ancillary building equipment like access, lightings, or motors. And the important thing also here is to have a real-time consolidated view of your operating condition. So you won't be surprised if there's really an issue already. You've seen the energy usage and of course the occupant comfort. And with that, the target here is to have a seamless, comprehensive, flexible control of all building systems. And a good building automation system definitely has advanced capabilities, a good storyboard and a dashboard. For advanced capabilities, you have innovative solutions that maximizes both the environmental and the energy performance of your building. A storyboard that has an interactive kiosk that showcases your property's energy conservation and sustainability measures to building occupants. And so, of course, intuitive dashboard that will be able to provide extensive trending capabilities to generate operating data for tracking and analysis of building energy performance. This is something that can also augment on our yearly compliance to the law, as we really have to submit our energy utilization to DOE. This is something as an annex so that we'll be able to have a quick view of how good or how bad our plant room performance. So with the features of central remote monitoring operations, a different level of access to protect the operations, a user-friendly graphical user interface, and of course, an important thing is to have a real-time diagnostics and a visibility of how the runtime and scheduling works, the lead and lag control function, and of course, we would like to see the trend and alarm data logging and system integration towards other ancillary, other components of our building. So specifically towards building automation system, definitely we're integrating a lot of components of the building, but we really zero in on the plant room as this really is the big chunk of the electricity consumption in a certain building. A chiller plant manager manages and controls chiller plant equipment. And with that, it has this integrated component that be able to respond to building load by automatically starting the plant, staging and stopping it, and resetting our chilled water supply so that the ultimate goal of matching the tonnage produced to the tonnage required by the building. So it should have the capability to support advanced algorithms, optimization, diagnostics, analytic add-ons, and it should be an open system that will be able to connect to other major protocol like BACnet, Modbus, and Bloodbath. So we would really want to have that plant system manager installed in our building. And through building automation system and plant system manager, we'll be able to have an ease access to real-time and historic plant performance data. We will see a reduced engineering and commissioning labor and improved plant reliability and life. And of course, the goal here is to save time and manage the maintenance. And we have to improve the reliability and better the plant performance. Better controllability is part of it. Equipment runs at its efficient point, and of course, the ROI for lower energy bills, and of course, the effective use of our maintenance staff. And we would really want to have an early detection of the problems that we might encounter and be big if we really neglect such things. So with that, another thing is to manage it flexibly. The idea here is to have the capability to manage your plant room from the site, from your office, to the comfort of your home, anywhere else, so that you'll be able to have a virtually 24/7 visibility of your system. If there's really an unexpected AC breakdown and you're a facilities manager, you're an engineering manager, and you're really from up on the pressures that is being pushed by your boss, your customers, and your tenants, and you've seen that, okay, guys, I've standard preventive maintenance. I'm doing this periodic regular check, annual service, and part supply and emergency calls. So what am I missing? So with that, the RMS has this real-time monitoring, prognostics, and professional report. For prognostics, definitely we would see and learn about the actual operating conditions, and we monitor thresholds of violation. So what we do right now is we do machine learnings incorporated in remote monitoring. We've seen troubles before it really becomes a trouble. And again, a rapid and targeted response reduces downtime. And the professional report every month will be able to provide you or guide you with what's happening. It's a report card for your chiller plastic. So with that, we will be able to maximize performance and efficiency, increase uptime. We improve budgeting and scheduling, and through all it all, get a peace of mind due to less risk and reduce anxiety. And with that, again, as we all know, chiller plant consume more than 40% of our facility's energy. And surprisingly, out of that 40%, 30% of that use is often wasted due to lack of proper control. So with what Advantech is offering through benchmarking, managing, optimizing, and sustaining. Benchmarking, performance comparison, on-site assessment through energy audit, managing through remote monitoring, optimizing through automated plant controls, set point optimization, and predictive controls, to sustaining like fault detections and diagnostics. The cyclical process will be able to improve energy efficiency up to 25% by optimizing our plant room. And by rearranging set points in our chilled water system, can easily achieve 3 to 15% energy savings. And of course, with that, identify immediate remedies with a strong return on investment and predict chiller load with advanced machine learning controls. So with also the solutions through Advantech and automated plant operations, we'll have a 24/7 visibility. And through advanced fault detection and diagnostics, it will help prioritize where to focus first by estimating the cost of energy waste per fault. And with that, increase plant availability to the use of system-wide monitoring and data analytics to identify those operational and equipment performance issues. So with a simple summation of doing benchmarking, remote monitoring, advanced controls, and fault detection, we've seen a way to be able to reduce energy expenses while managing occupant comfort. So really the end goal here is not just to comply with the law, with RA 11285, with Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, but also to be able to provide you the peace of mind, the comfort that your plant room is running smoothly and efficiently. Again, facilities is sometimes not the core operations of certain buildings, especially in manufacturing and industrial side. It really is a second priority. So we would like to really divert those investment coming from facilities towards our main core. So with Advantech, we'll be able to do that, reduce energy expenses, and very important thing is maintain occupied sector. So with that, guys, I hope you will be able to get some information coming from this. And thank you. You can reach me through this contact information. Colin, back to you.
Sorry, guys. Thanks for that. I realized that I was on mute a little bit late. That was a fantastic presentation. And I think, the idea that Concepcion are bringing to market with regards to not just bringing HVAC services in an ESCO model, but incorporating a whole lot of other requirements is exactly what needs to be done. I really enjoyed your building fitness analogy, and I think it's very true. How do we get buildings on a diet? And there's a variety of ways to do that. So thank you very much for your presentation. Now I would like to present Mr. Wesley Andre Chua from he's the Deputy Division Manager from Daikin Air Conditioning, Philippines. Over to you, Wesley. Thank you.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Hold on.
Okay. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Wesley Andre Chu, the Deputy Division Manager of Daikin Philippines. And I'm going to present today our topic, pushing the efficiency boundaries of variable refrigerant systems. And we are Daikin Philippines, the world #1 air conditioning company that will create a value for tomorrow in perfecting the air. So here first, I'm going to talk about the comparison of carbon dioxide emission over air conditioner product life cycle. As a manufacturer of air conditioners doing business globally, consumption in order to provide people with safe and comfortable air and contribute to reducing global warming. We assess global warming impact of air conditioners using the life cycle assessment method, as shown on the screen, which allows us to determine the environmental impact at each stage of product's life cycle. In the life of an air conditioner, the majority of greenhouse gas that is emitted occurs during product usage stage, and refrigerants also represents a large impact. That is why we focused on reducing the impact of these two. In addition to incorporating inverter technology to reduce power consumption, we employ R32, a refrigerant with low global warming potential, to achieve greater energy efficiency. In the life cycle of an air conditioner, from design and manufacture to use and disposal, the majority of the carbon dioxide that is emitted occurs during the product use. That is why when we revised our voluntary environmental standards, we tightened our criteria for energy efficiency in the product use stage in order to improve the energy efficiency of the product. This is now the reality of energy use in a building. This is based on National Academy's Press Energy Usage of 2010 as reference. In a built environment, the average energy use of a building is 32%, or 1/3 of the power consumption of the whole building comes from HVAC system. That is the reason why we need to take into considerations on how to minimize the power consumption of the 32%. Now, we need to emphasize the big chunk of this in order to try to mitigate the usage of energy effectively. We introduced this. These are different accreditations set to different countries to be able to build an energy efficient building. These green building initiatives standardized and focused on holistic energy management to have an efficient structure without compromising comfort, health, and sustainability. Given the most of the developers here in the Philippines follow the standard. Actually, I receive a lot of questions and inquiries from most of the developers here in the Philippines when COVID came into this world. So they asked me, Wesley, how can you help us with the building existing right now with the COVID happening? So what is the solution? How can you help us? How can you mitigate COVID situation or the virus inside our building? Because we have tenants. So talking about the situation in the world pre-pandemic, people are freely going out, enjoying things that they usually do indoors, like eating in a restaurant, watching movies, working abroad in an office space, and strolling outside the mall until COVID came. Everybody froze. Most of the establishments were temporarily closed. Our life has been halted to the unknown, and most of us have fear. All this fear was 2 years ago, and starting from this lifetime moving forward, we have to live with it. That is the reason why policies and standards had been released specifically from the Department of Labor and Employment, or DOLE DO 224, which states the guidelines on ventilation for workplaces and public transport to prevent and control the spread of COVID-19. That requires an improved HVAC filtration unit to MERV 13, or remember, the highest level achievable. Also, ASHRAE 62.1 of 2019 becomes strict with the implementation of ventilation for acceptable indoor air quality, as well as existing technologies that are neglected and not prioritized, like air filters, UV light, air purifiers, ionizers, and others. But because of the pandemic, these are highlighted. In a built environment, we usually consider the cooling comfort and energy consumption of the building. But now, we must also take into consideration the health and wellness of the occupants working indoor. Now, in an ideal setting, we have to maximize the utilization of the cooling comfort and make sure that the health is also in high priority while minimizing the energy consumption. Simply means using less energy to perform the same task, that is eliminating energy wastes. We are showing you now a schematic of an air filter from point 1 to point 2, passing through an equipment. With an air filter, it prevents the passage of particulate matter that may cause or spread infections. With high-grade filter will lead to high fan motor power input, which leads to high electricity consumption. Also, we want to show you the relation of the power consumption in consideration to the health and safety inside the building. Based on the study shown on the right side of the screen, under Pawini-Suntorni series, a Thai case study for thermal engineering on the effects of add-on high-efficiency filter on the room air conditioning performance, showing that the blue dotted line with a high efficiency, energy efficiency with 12 to 13 or to 14 EER at a normal filtration. With this, people must understand that if the energy is used and consequences is based on not on your intent, those energy are wasted energy. So when 50% or more high-grade filter shows that a lot of losses in energy efficiency significantly goes down. This translates to less cooling and less performance of the equipment, because our equipment are not yet ready for a high-grade filter or like a MERV 13 filter. We have to make sure that from the design development stage, these are factors we need to consider to achieve cooling comfort or effective cooling. And these are samples of the immediate solution to mitigate COVID in a confined space. One of the most commonly known is the ultraviolet germicidal irradiation, that when you increase the wattage of the lamp, it in the same way will increase the power consumption. Adding on top of that are the cleaning technologies, air cleaning technologies immediately available in the market, such as air purifiers, streamer technology, plasma technology, and air ionizer. Now, this is the ideal setup that we need to consider for the sustainability of a building. And in an ideal built environment, with the new technology introduced in the market, additional equipment equates to additional power consumption. And now we are going to introduce to you the readily available air conditioning system in the market. That is a variable refrigerant system. By using a variable refrigerant system with a greater energy savings and low load operation, by utilizing the maximum capacity for every application, such as school, factories, houses, BPO offices, having one outdoor unit with a multiple indoor units that can operate separately. For variable refrigerant volume, we can do individual operation for each unit and utilizing what you need with increasing energy security. For VRT, or variable refrigerant temperature, which has the VRV system or variable refrigerant flow system has, we have an outer unit which uses R410A refrigerant and has an inverter technology or inverter compressor. You have an indoor unit that communicates to the outer unit, requesting for a certain temperature of the refrigerant, which will then provide to the indoor unit for fully automatic energy-saving refrigerant control. The evaporating temperature of refrigerant changes depending on the required cooling load, which translates to increasing energy productivity. Air conditioning system with VRT technology makes the equipment itself monitor the power consumption for you without you knowing it. With the communication of the system, what is really needed is being given, which leads to energy intensity reduction. No power or excess power being used. This is also an example of a BPO setting in shift schedule working hours for 4 different tenants. In different timing, the peak load changes, and you will notice that average cooling load for regular 9 working hours is only 80% of the maximum load. When a consultant designed for the cooling comfort of the system, which considered the peak load in a given hour and also need to consider the efficiency performance for the whole operation. This is when we take advantage of the partial loading operation of the system. Partial loading can be done with a double compressor method. With a single compressor of an inverter technology, the operation varies from 0 to its maximum cooling capacity, but still depending on the requirement and operation. But having two compressors at a higher load, sharing the operation load of system increase the energy security of the outer unit, which makes the operation more efficient. Even if one compressor malfunctions, the other compressor provides emergency operation, reducing air conditioning shutdown due to compressor failure. Taking the operation setting on a large scale with multiple module system, the outer unit goes beyond its highly reliable compressor with backup system that ensures continued operation. Also, all outer units are always sharing the load of the system. With these, the compressors are always helping each other, where AC compressors is more efficient at a low load operation. Like what I've discussed earlier about health and indoor air quality, now because of COVID awareness is about health, we must balance the cooling, energy efficiency, and wellness. In order to maintain good indoor environment quality inside an office space, our heat reclaim ventilator can equip with a CO2 sensor. This allows the heat reclaim ventilator to automatically adjust the airflow depending on the CO2 level inside the room. If there are many people inside the room, airflow will go up. Fewer people causes the airflow will go down. So our takeaways on this are, first, that we need to have a good balance in consideration of the design of the building and prioritize what are the objectives and applications. A large portion of the generated energy goes to the built environment. Second, be aware of the newest technology that can improve your system. Make sure that you apply them to their optimal use. Last, energy efficiency equipment alone cannot fully satisfy our efficiency goals. The holistic combination of the available air conditioning equipment in the market matched with the new technology that can help improve the system are the key points in making a sustainable, innovative design for the building. That's all for today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Wesley. That was a great presentation, and I'm glad your internet was stable. It came across very clear. I'm glad that you addressed indoor air quality and refrigerants in your discussion, because there are certainly two key elements of HVAC management that we need to address moving forward. So thanks again, Wesley. We are now ready to have our open forum for the second technical working session. So maybe call back our three presenters and request that you all turn on your cameras. Given that Sir Wesley was the last to talk, can you please go into some further detail on the compressors? If you have more compressors, doesn't that mean that you're using more power while operating?
Actually, no. The design for the VRV system, or a variable refrigerant flow system, or variable refrigerant volume system, that doesn't mean that we have like a multiple compressor. You're using like the whole compressor or the whole system. That's why it's called variable, so it varies. Whatever you use in the building, or for example, you have a 10 units, indoor units with 40 horsepower, and then you're only using 10 horsepower or 20 horsepower. So the outer unit, the system is only giving what is needed. So it's not maximizing everything or the capacity of the outer unit. So they're just giving you what you need.
Great. And is that like also automated with some of the sensor technology that you mentioned, like the CO2 sensors?
Yes, actually, that is one that we are pushing right now in the Philippine market to improve the indoor air quality of the building, because most of the offices here there's a lot of people working there, especially for BPO call centers, and they are talking, so they're releasing carbon dioxide. So we have to make sure that minimizing energy efficiency and not neglecting the health of the people working inside.
Correct. Great. Thank you very much, Sir Wesley. I'll come back to you in a little bit later. For now, if we could please have Mr. Lundberg, I've got a question for you. I was pretty amazed to see the advancements or the actual differences between what has been done in district cooling between like Thailand and Malaysia, as opposed to some other regions. Can you provide like some insights of decision-making process or policy that promotes district cooling in these parts as opposed to the parts that aren't seeing much activity?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's only Singapore that has a policy that promotes the use of district cooling. So I would say for the most part in the ASEAN region many projects are driven by the private sector basically, and I think that's interesting to see that these developments that I've showed. Most of them at least are private developments, and of course, they will choose the best option for their projects. Of course, there are, let's say, as I also mentioned, there are policies that indirect supports district cooling, and that includes, of course, energy efficiency policy that promotes, efficient air conditioning units, and that's how it works in Thailand, for example. So that is an example on how it is at the moment. And so there is a lack of awareness in general, and but the potential is very large, of course, for this type of systems.
Yeah, I guess with district cooling, is it true that you sort of have to just bring that into the design phase of a necessarily project, especially because they cover like such large areas? Is there any example of sort of like a retrofit district cooling that's been successful?
Sure. Retrofitting is also possible, but maybe especially when you do a major retrofitting or renovation of a development or a number of buildings, then of course it's possible to do it. And there are examples of that, and there are examples of companies. We have members that are working with both greenfield and brownfield projects, so that is a possibility, of course. But I also want to say that district cooling is quite very much scalable. So from connecting and being quite small and connecting a few buildings, could be a few small buildings to a very large. So in Europe, for example, you have more or less city blocks or parts of cities that are connected in the same district cooling network, and of course district heating. We need to look at heating. So, but it's very much scalable. So, and you can go for both greenfield and brownfield projects.
Great. I guess that scalability does allow for brownfield projects to consider district cooling quite seriously. Then it's a different sort of approach and different teams that need to address that. Thanks, Peter. Lastly, I'll ask just Nino one question before we get into some questions from the audience. Nino, how about non-HVAC components of your audited buildings? How do you approach the non-HVAC components to provide energy audit services to your clients?
Definitely, the core here is, as I mentioned a while ago in the deck, is that again about 30 to 40% constitute to HVAC, but definitely it doesn't really represent all of it. 60% still comes from your non-HVAC core, like your production, your office, your motors, your air compressors for manufacturing. So definitely those items are really part of what we're looking at. We're just having the focus, the magnifying glass on the HVAC system, but for those items, non-HVAC items, to be able to a simple implementation, as I mentioned, behavioral modifications in terms of how you operate your system, your production line, simple on and off, to quite innovative ways of building motors, innovative solutions, and new products, state-of-the-art products that can blend into your production, as well as seeing on the envelope a lot of issues that we can also address through checking on the building envelope that will really have a big impact on your HVAC load. So those are some of the items, and definitely they are not neglected, they are not pushed aside. Although we have this as one, actually, from the trainings that we're putting in for certification of energy auditors, definitely one of the first priority would be HVAC. But a lot of things, you have hierarchy of the items that you can see. So it's not only HVAC, but also non-HVAC that we really have to put attention to.
Yeah, right. I mean, HVAC being one of the largest, if not the largest energy consumer in a building, the potential gains are relatively significant there. But from my experience, there are a whole lot of other undertakings that you have to do at a marginal benefit, and hopefully they can all add up to see substantial gains. Great, guys. Well, I do have a couple of questions. I don't know who they are for, but let me read them out. We have a question from Louis Cruz from Air Liquide Philippines. The question is, how can we funnel more investment, energy efficiency projects to climate change? So I'll just repeat that. How can we funnel more RE investment, energy efficiency projects to climate change vulnerable countries like the Philippines, SEA countries? Are there any programs to compel and to encourage developed countries to invest? I think I'll leave that one to Peter. Slightly off the topic, but if you could please entertain us.
Well, I would say that, I mean, I think there are definitely, I'm aware of policy schemes in, sorry, I mentioned Thailand again here, but Thailand has a policy scheme to support energy efficiency and support actually companies and industry to replace, let's say, components, pumps, fans, or any energy. Any component to use energy basically to more efficient products. So there was actually, you can apply and get funding for upgrading or retrofitting your energy systems in Thailand. So that's one example of a policy that works. I mean, and of course, Asian Development Bank do a lot of support on energy efficiency. And I know that IEA do a lot of training as well on this, on energy efficiency as well. So there are a number of policies, there are a number of international organizations that are working on this in the ASEAN region.
Yeah, you're right. I think there is actually a joint ASEAN HVAC workshop happening at the same time as this session. So it's either one or the other. Thanks, Peter. Moving on to something a little bit more relevant. We've got a question from Sir Elman Lapena from NextGen Innovations Philippines. His question is there any observable trends in AC usage resulting from the pandemic and high preference from fresh air ventilation? He then goes on to say, even Singapore prescribed fresh air ventilation in office buildings during the height of the pandemic. Maybe Sir Nino or Wesley could answer that one.
Actually, coming from an experience, we have a couple of audits done way back in the pandemic, and definitely the shifting from pre-pandemic towards pandemic is really very observable. We have one that really focuses on the indoor air quality. So the prerogative here is to increase the air change per hour. about twofold or threefold so that they'll be able to match the standards that's set by the international standards. So this is something that really unprecedented due to the pandemic. This really put in not just energy efficiency, but also the concept of healthy buildings. We've seen the trend. And a lot of things is happening towards indoor air quality. I think Wesley has presented a couple of towards solutions like UVCs, the demand control ventilation, the increased ventilation, definitely the increased fresh air ventilation. Those things really quite the focus now compared to pre-pandemic. So we've seen that trend, and we're really acting on it. It's not just energy efficiency. Definitely, you have to deliver the comfort level as well as the indoor air quality. Definitely, that's very important.
Yeah, there's certainly a number of factors that you have to get right, along with energy efficiency savings. It's not an easy task. I'm glad you guys are up to the challenge. We have one more question from Mr. or Mrs. Vibson Masankai from Weathermakers International. The question is, for existing properties like hotel and hospitals with centralized hot water systems, what is the most energy efficiency system nowadays in the Philippines? Maybe, sir, well, who would be able to answer that? Because it is slightly off topic, but deals with the same problem.
Yes, yep, go ahead, Wesley.
Yeah, it's about having hot water, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
An efficient hot water system.
think, yeah. So for the hot water system, I think one of the factors that we have here in the Philippines available is the VRV with a hot water cooling system. So we also have like a VRV with a hot water using a VRV system. So it utilizes, especially for example, if you have a room or a building or a hotel, sometimes the other rooms are not being used. So with the use of VRV system, because it varies when you use it, so we have an outdoor unit for that. So with the hot water system, so it also use the heat recover and then use for a hot water system.
Great, thank you for providing some insights there, Sir Wesley. We've got questions for one more question. Is there anybody else from the audience that would like to ask a question? In the meantime, I'd like to ask Peter, slightly off topic again, but very relevant in creating baselines for understanding, HVAC and air conditioning power consumption. From your experience dealing on an industrial level, how many facilities really have like BMS or EMS, energy management systems, or building management systems? But even more so, how many use comprehensive power monitoring in their daily operations to understand the where, when, and how power is being used?
Yeah, I wish I could say an exact number on that, but I think it's fairly low, I would say. I have seen factories that here in the region that have basically the energy is not the biggest issue. Energy is of course is needed. Cooling can be needed in the process, for example, or if it's heating or if it's steam or electricity. But I would say that they focus so much on the process and less about the efficiency. So I've seen an example where basically there were a very simple EMS, and that basically showed a lot of potential to upgrade and to improve the energy system. So I would say that is fairly low, and there's a lot of low-hanging fruit in the industry.
Yeah, right. And I think that would be a pretty good first step for a lot of facilities to be able to really understand where they are, create baselines, and the rest of it. Thanks, Peter. So we have a question here from Mr. Kat Tanglong Hari. Sorry for my bad pronunciation, but Mr. Kat Tanglong Hari, can you please open your microphone and camera? Please go ahead and ask your question.
Can you hear me? Good
It's
afternoon.
loud and clear. Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to ask, what is the significance of air conditioning, like district cooling, efficient HVAC, and in terms of the certification process for green buildings? Does it really have a significant effect? Meaning, how many points can you have, for example, in LEED, if you have this district cooling or this kind of refrigerant, or this BMS or BAS? And also, is the CO2 sensor integrated into the BMS? Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Kat. I think that that question might go to either Sir Nino or Sir Wesley.
Yes, Collins, I think I can address that. Actually, for
Yes.
LEED certification, that's going to be part of the energy performance. We have this minimum and, of course, the optimum energy performance. And if I'm not mistaken, it's about 32 or something. So depending on, actually, it's one of the biggest chunk of points that you can get from LEED to be able to at least get a certification from LEED. And it's really very impactful in such a way that if you implement a very high efficient tank room system, actually they're using the ASHRAE 92.1 as a benchmark for the minimum energy efficiency for those chillers. And if you will be able to hit on that one and improve on it, I think threefold, so about 50% of the minimum one, then you'll be able to get the whole 32. And it's really impactful in such a way that usually once you have basically on greenfield projects, new constructions, and you have lead consultants, they typically pinpoint which among those available points that you would like to highlight. And pretty much most of it always concerns the optimization of the energy performance, which the HVAC includes on that one. And on the second question, on the CO2 integration, definitely is part of the building management system. And specifically, you would want that on the demand control ventilation. So see, as I think Wesley has some couple of slides towards CO2 detection for occupancy, definitely that helps. And it's really also part of the whole building management system, a whole approach to be able to automate and, of course, do energy efficiency towards your building. So yes, definitely CO2 is part of that.
Yeah, for me, talking about the green building or LEED accreditation or other accreditations in the world, because each countries have their own standards. And for the LEED accreditation or whatever accreditation it is, so it's not just about like having efficiency with this and you have this points. So because those accreditation standardize the holistic approach for the whole building itself. It's not just because for the aircon, but of course, because like what I've said earlier, it's a big chunk from the electricity consumption comes from the air conditioning. So it matters that we provide energy efficient air conditioning system. Maybe it must be district cooling, maybe it must be VRV, maybe whatever kind of system that's available in the market. So, and regards to the CO2 sensor, this is very important right now. And I hope with the live audience right now and with the industry or our audience are from different sectors in the industry. So I want also to highlight here that we really need to really give a good satisfaction when it comes to indoor air quality. And for CO2 sensor, yes, it can be integrated to a BMS system.
Great, thank you. Sir Kat, does that answer your questions? I'll take that as a yes. So, gentlemen, I think that really concludes our session. Thank you very much. I will take one last opportunity to ask Mr. Lundberg to repeat the event that he'll be having coming this September, so everybody can take note and understand a little bit more about what's going on with district cooling there.
Right. Yeah. So we are arranging the Asia Urban Energy Assembly, which it will be held 15th to 16th of September in Bangkok, Thailand, co-located with the ASEAN Sustainable Energy Week. So we are basically going to use our event. It's a 2-day event with a quite high focus on district energy, but also on integrated urban energy systems. So it will also host an international award called the Global District Energy Climate Awards. So it will be a large international audience here in Bangkok, and there are also many opportunities to take part in other sessions during the ASEAN Sustainable Energy Week. So please, you're very welcome to join us in September.
Thanks, Peter. Is that going to be available online as well?
Yes, it's going to be a hybrid event, so there will be a possibility to attend online.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Very interesting discussion. I much appreciated your time, and I'm sure our guests did as well. But due to the limited time we do have, we will now close our question and answers for this session. For those remaining questions not called out, we will do our best to send your questions to the speakers so they can answer them, and we will email their responses to you. Thank you and appreciate your kind understanding. Before I go, I would like to thank everyone for your active participation in this Q&A, and allow me to turn over to Ruth, who will be our next moderator for the closing session. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
And now, as we approach our closing session for day one, with me on stage is Ms. Terry Lapus, VP for External Affairs of PE2, to introduce our closing keynote speaker.
Thank you, Ruth.
Terry, what an exciting day one, right? To kickstart our Energy Efficiency Day.
Definitely a very engaging afternoon with our distinguished guests.
And the best thing is we still have day two, which is tomorrow, same time, same place.
Of course.
So Terry, I understand you will be introducing our very important guests to close our first day.
Yes, we are very fortunate to have with us the Technology Attaché of the Republic of Austria. Mr. Michael Lederer is a civil servant, currently serving as Special Attaché for Technology Matters at the Austrian Embassy to Indonesia, covering all countries south of China. Prior to his current function, he served as Desk Officer for Technology Transfer at the Austrian Ministry of Climate Change, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology, or BMK, from 2007 to 2016. In order to foster and deepen the relationship with the countries of Southeast Asia, BMK decided to open a technology office in Jakarta, the first of its kind. The office covers relevant technologies in the following sectors: transport, environment, healthcare, and foremost, energy. Without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome Mr. Michael Lederer, Technology Attaché of the Republic of Austria in Jakarta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants in this year's Energy Efficiency Day 2022. My name is Michael. I'm from the Austrian Embassy in Jakarta, and I was posted here by the Austrian government, by the Federal Ministry for Climate Change, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. And I'm taking care of all technology aspects that might come up here in Southeast Asia. So I'm more or less responsible for all countries south of China. Now, Alexander, our gracious host, has asked me to give you a little overview on energy efficiency and how Austria is approaching that topic. I think we all still remember the Club of Rome, no, 70s around, already addressing energy efficiency and resource scarcity. It was a good approach, very good, but it didn't last for a long time. Yes, still research is being conducted and still publications are done, But with the exploration of new deposits for fossil, like oil or gas, this has been pushed a bit back. But thank God in the last years, the developments, especially in respect to climate change, triggered a more holistic approach again on energy efficiency. So in 2012, the European Union passed a regulation concerning energy efficiency. And Austria, as member of the European Union, has transformed this regulation into national law. And in 2014, it came into force as the Energy Efficiency Law. This law comprises every aspect of energy efficiency. An energy agency monitoring the developments in Austria has been set up so far. And the companies, the private entities, so to speak, the households and the government are equally entangled in this initiative. So especially the government of Austria has to pose as a role model in that aspect in energy efficiency. And you also see it in everyday life. So if you have a house in Austria and you use the lights, so you had to exchange the light bulbs. We have now LED light bulbs. All the appliances you have in your household, they will have a sticker when you buy them, classifying them according to their energy efficiency. And the greener the sticker is, the better, because they are then more energy efficient. The government is using solar panels on buildings, is also using indirect light and so on. So it's a really all-comprising approach to that topic of energy efficiency. In 2020, a revision of that law has been initiated to check if all the regulations within the law are still up to date and up to the job. And this regulation is still being conducted and still has some homework to do, because due also to the developments in recent weeks, the war in Ukraine, we have to address now new challenges like getting faster self-reliance on energy, and thus implicating that we need more energy efficiency, of course. Now in 2021, Austria passed another groundbreaking law, the Renewables Expansion Law, governing that Austria has to use more of the renewables. Now, as the potential for large hydropower has already been depleted, we're focusing now mainly on pico, nano, and small hydro, but the major share is done with solar and wind energy. Now, both those energies are brilliant, but of course, with those energies and technologies, you're facing new challenges, especially when the wind blows, it blows. If the sun shines, it shines. You cannot turn off or turn on those energy sources. So there comes up the topic of what to do with the energy surplus. Of course, first reflex was to store it, but above 1 megawatt, it's not fully feasible. The other topic is that has to be addressed. If you have a surplus on energy, how does that affect the grid safety? Now, grids can get destabilized, grids can even collapse if too much energy is fed into them. So that you have to tackle. It's called intermittence. But Austria has found a rather good solution for that. As I said, we're using hydropower a lot. 60% of the Austrian energy mix is made by hydroelectric power plants. So we can use our pump storage hydroelectric power plants to tackle the intermittence and thus contributing to grid safety. But still there are other major topics that have to be addressed, and we address that with a high research and development quota. In Austria, we are spending about 3% roughly on the research and development sector. Not all is for energy earmarked, but a major share is. So you need this research and development to tackle the upcoming challenges. And Alexander also asked me to give a small example, maybe how Austria is being more energy efficient. So good example is the Austrian railways. The Austrian Federal Railways are owning 10 hydroelectric power plants, producing the energy the railways need for the electrified network. And it's not taken out of the normal grid. So the railways make their own energy, and currently those 10 hydroelectric power plants are being upgraded and modernized to make them even more sufficient. And I can tell you, as I heard, one of the power plants had now been installed new runners, and those are 15% more efficient than the previous ones. So you see, a lot of things are going on. Austria is trying to cope with all of them. Of course, it will take time, but we need to take this time to have a good future with energy efficiency, using of renewables, and thus contributing also to climate change to cope with the developments in that sector. Now, as it's already afternoon, and I'm sure you have a lot of information to process already because of the speakers and experts before me. So I would say I'll come now to an end. I wish you all the very best. Hopefully you get even more food for thought, and I'm sure something brilliant will come out of it. So all the best and have a very nice afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Lederer, for that inspiring message on how Austria catalyzes EE technology deployment across its borders. It simply amazes us to see how Austria takes its energy efficiency law to heart with continuous R&D and review of its policies as new technologies and challenges come to surface, which may include faster implementation and self-reliance on energy brought about by the recent war in Ukraine. Mr. Michael has also shared a very good example on how energy savings are generated with the Austrian railway system by simply changing the runners. And with this, we end our day one session of EE Day 2022. Thank you very much to all our distinguished guests and speakers for joining us today. We'd also like to thank the following supporting organizations and partners: Department of Energy Philippines, Department of Finance Philippines, Advantage Austria, Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, Asia Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance, European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the Global ESCO Network, Italian Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, Management Association of the Philippines, Royal Danish Embassy Manila. Our event partners, Cloud Events, our digital event partner, and iBuild.ph Web Solutions. And last but not the least, a big thank you to our dear sponsors who helped in making this event possible. Gold sponsors, Climergy, Conception Carrier, Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines, EP Group, Shell, and Stratcon PH. Bronze sponsors, Highcool Engineering Corporation, Meralco MServe, Upgrade Energy Philippines, and Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation. We'd like to remind everyone to join us again for day 2 of our EE Day 2022, which starts same time from 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Aside from our keynote speakers from the DOE, BOI, and the Senate Committee Chair on Energy, we'll have 2 more technical sessions on ESCOs and third-party investments, and the last session will be on innovation in end-user adoption of energy efficiency. See you all tomorrow.